Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here. If you are a Kart Chaser Premium member seeing this live, if you're not, well, you're enjoying it after the fact. But it's time for what we're here for. And it is time for our heats here at the Indy Karting Challenge here at the K1 circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. And we'll kick things off in the following order: 206 Masters to 206 Cadets to KA Juniors to the KA Senior Master to the Micro Minis. 206 Seniors, 206 Supermasters, 206 Juniors. And the fact that we've only gotten through qualifying, we've already had some big moments, is to tell me that today is going to be wild. It's myself, Brad Dalton, in the booth here, joined by Jackson Lambros. Jackson, we already had a tire fly off. We already had some impacts. And what else do we have? We had somebody take a nap on a barrier, which is not what I expected. And yes, I literally mean laid on top of the barrier and took a nap. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say other than Indy Karting Challenge is serving absolutely amazing racing already today. Less than 60 seconds left to go here. Less than 60 seconds left to go here before things get green. And once they do get green, things are going to be awesome here as we will get Jackson here. I promise he's here. He's talking to me. He just doesn't want to talk to you all, I think. I'm kidding. He definitely does want to talk to you all. We're going to fire up the carts here for our first go. 206 Masters get the start, and they'll get ready to go for 7 minutes plus 2 laps of action. And let's see how that plays out for them. This is going to be the first class that will set the scene for the evening. And of course, when they come through, they make their first run at 8:35 tonight for their final, but they have to do 7 minutes plus 2 laps first. So I got to say, Jackson, are you back here? Because 206 Masters are ready to roll. And when they get rolling, well, you know things are going to be fun.
I think I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Perfect. All right, here we go. 206 Masters heat out on track. Chad King set the pace early on here. Steven Taylor will be alongside him in row number 1. Todd Albertson in third. And do we have Jesse Bullock with us in the 631? He was on the entry list. We thought he was maybe going to duck out of qualifying to save tires for the main event, but that not looking like the case here. So it will indeed be Chad King, Steven Taylor, Todd Albertson making up your row of 3.
And with just 3 carts here going through, it'll be interesting to really watch and see how they get along with each other, if they get along with each other, or if this is an every driver for themselves. And if you're wondering what they're doing here and you're saying they didn't form up, they didn't hit the start line, our start finish line is on the front stretch here where it traditionally is at the Whiteland, Indiana K1 circuit. But your commitment cone, your formation cone, and your timing line is on the back stretch. So heading into that 120-degree right-hander that I talked about is going to be some of our wild moments. That is where the go is. That's where our tram lines are. That's where our start line will be. Right there is your commitment cone, and your formation cone is going into Daytona. Green flag out. We're racing for 7 minutes here, plus 2 laps for 206 Masters. Side by side up in the front here as we get these 206 Master engines going. And it is going to be the number 13 of Taylor who's going to actually be able to take the lead here, starting on the outside. Seemed to have a bit of an advantage there for Steven Taylor over Chad King. Chad King going to very quickly try to make a run. And then Todd Albertson isn't that far away either. So these 3 sticking fairly close together here to kick things off.
Yeah, good jump for Steven there. Normally we talk about that inside having such a strong advantage on these starts, but Steven getting a good read on Chad for the jump there, was able to hang around the outside and hit the Uno reverse guard, get the inside for turn number 3, and that's how he worked his way up into the lead. So first time today. Chad King getting a good smell of exhaust, and we'll start to study the back of this number 13 and try and find a way through. Todd Albertson just a little bit further back in that murdered out all black 926. He'll try and close that gap to this duel going on for the lead. Here we go, though. Good overtaking opportunity right here into the final corner. Oh, man, King real wide on exit there. Maybe a little bit of contact there. Bumper to bumper that pushed King a smidge wide as they come across the stripe for the first time. It's a purple lap for Chad King. That last time by a 49.952. He's got the pace, Brad. He just needs to find the space to get on through.
Definitely seems like this is a situation of it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Chad King has a lot of pace from Daytona to the start-finish line, but that technical first half of the track, I think, is where Chad King is losing the pace here. But from here on to the start-finish line, I think is where Chad King is going to be fastest. But for Steven Taylor, it's just a matter of holding a basic line, holding consistent rhythm, and going through. And you see the slight difference in line that time around for Steven Taylor, taking a page out of Chad King's book and saying, okay, this is how I need to run that corner into the second half of the track. Definitely seems like a lot better pace being held that time through as they cross the line. The gap half a second maintaining, but Chad King coming around the front stretch here through this technical bit is really muscling that cart along, isn't afraid to let it slide, isn't afraid to hang it out a bit, is trying to close the gap. But I'm going to go back to what I just said. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and it's another thing entirely to try to really cement the pass in and then run away with it.
Yeah, it's just that case of not getting in your own head if you're in P2, right? Because on paper, it's my job to make that pass. And if you know you've got the faster cart, you feel like you can't get it done. And it's so interesting because the dynamic is, okay, if I'm in second, I just need to put all that pressure on the guy in front of me to try and make that move stick. But if they're not cracking, if they're not making those mistakes, all of a sudden it feels like that pressure is parried back towards me if I'm in second place. What am I doing wrong as a driver? What are the changes I need to make to fully commit and make that move and go for the lead? So all of a sudden that becomes this anxiety of like, I need to make a move and I don't know what I'm doing wrong to make that move happen. So it's pressure in both ways, interestingly enough, right now. But Chad King doing a good job of, at the bare minimum, just staying in conversation, right? Just existing in the shoulders of Taylor right now, giving him a reminder that he's still there and just trying to force a mistake here as we're just getting to the halfway point for heat number one. Looking like Albertson has a little bit of work cut out for him here. Not sure if he's had a little bit of issues or had the cart set up for some warmer conditions out on track, but the 926, 5 seconds back right now. Will have his work cut out for him once he gets that cart rolled back to the 10. And we'll hopefully be able to make a handful of adjustments before the main event later tonight after we grab some chow. But Brad, you're looking at the sun right now. I'm not sure if that's the clouds or just the way the camera is looking, but it definitely looks like that sun is starting to reach the horizon and maybe peak down just a little bit more. I know it's only 5 o'clock local time, but definitely reaching the later parts of the day. But here we go. Track definitely cooling down for sure.
Definitely starting to see the track cool down and that cloud layer come through. It is still a good mid-80s here in Whiteland, Indiana, but that is going to very quickly start to change its way through over the next little bit, and that 11-mile-an-hour wind is going to help to play that as well. 2.5 minutes left to go, less than, and still Chad King is right behind Steven Taylor, hasn't went for a pass. In fact, was not faster than Steven Taylor last time through, was a tenth slower than Steven Taylor, so that's an interesting position to be in here if you are in second place there. Chad King, who seemed to have pace, but it's that psychological effect that you talked about. Sometimes just once you get behind someone, you end up sort of stuck there, or maybe, hey, you never know, Chad King may just not be worried about it right now, may just stick right behind Steven Taylor and not think about it and just kind of say, okay, you know what, there's plenty of time left here. Once the timer hits 0 and we get the 2 to go signal, that's when we'll really start to make a difference. Sometimes drivers are willing to wait all the way to the 2 to go signal. That time by half a tenth faster than Steven Taylor, so starting to crank things through and is keeping the pressure on, I have to say. Every time Steven Taylor does a lap time, Chad King is right there with him. So not letting him get away, but definitely holding him honest, which is what you need to do right now.
little bit of a hiatus for Steven Taylor. We saw him running a part-time attendance, doing some club stuff at NCMP, as well as a couple of other places. But the guy a little bit further out from here, we're so used to seeing doing the club events at Newcastle, making, I believe, his debut, or excuse me, his second start of the year. Saw him a little bit earlier on this year, doing round number, I believe it was the first round of May out here at Whiteland, but is looking very, very strong right now. Again, King, we've seen round after round look very, very strong. Look at this. It looks like, crucially, watch that red and blue machine. Chad King, I think, is turning up the wick here. He knows we're running out of time, and it should be the twin sticks coming out next time around. He has turned up the wick just a little bit. That black helmet, black, red, and blue car a little bit further back. He is absolutely in contention. A little bit of a late coverage there from Steven Taylor, then flicks it wide and swings it in. Again, that's just trying to cover that dive into turn number 10 through turn number 11. King gets a little bit of the advantage, though, is able to immediately stick to the outside, swing it wide, roll all of that pace coming out of the final corner. He is looking mighty strong here with the twin sticks coming out.
Bonus lap on the go. They cross the line with 4 seconds to go, so we'll have this lap, then 2 more. So I love it when this sort of situation happens, because it puts a weird position, because you didn't plan on an extra lap, I'm sure, coming up. And when you come across the line with that little time left, I mean, you sort of get caught off guard as they go down the backstretch here. Now, this is where Chad King needs to start buckling things in and going. 3 to go is official on the timing screen here for the scores. Coming through, Chad King, again, is just right there. Isn't super close, but isn't far away. Popsicle sticks this time by. 2 to go will be the call. Wind, again, about 10 miles an hour here. Is it affecting them at all? Well, I mean, anything air might affect something, but you never know here. And in karting, sometimes wind is just wind, and you just feel it, you go. Little glimpse over the shoulder there from Steven Taylor as that sun is coming down, but tracks are heating up, and the battle is heating up nose to tail as they head towards Daytona.
Gonna take a big run here out of Daytona for King to have a chance. What's the response gonna be from Taylor? King, not the run he would have wanted. Is that 13, the orange machine, able to launch out of there and give himself just a little bit of a cushion into turn number 10. Both of them taking nearly the identical line, but Taylor just so smooth on the inputs, not scrubbing the tires, and able to carry all of that momentum back on to the main straightaway. White flag next time by. Taylor actually able to build a little bit of a gap now, 2 more tenths in half a second that last time by. Through turns 1 and 2, through the bus stop. It is looking very strong right now. Did King maybe turn up the wick a little bit too late? If he has to make a move, it's got to be right here, Brad.
Steven Taylor has half a lap to hold this lead, and that gap is the biggest it's been all race. Steven Taylor waiting till the last bit of time here to really turn things up, coming through the final few corners of this circuit, looking one way, looking the other. Steven's nailing the apex here into the penultimate corner for the 180 here on the final, is going to come through and taking the pass on turn 1, lap 1. Traditionally, we say you don't win there, but I tell you what, if you're Steven Taylor, you're loving turn 1, lap 1, because you pick up the heat win for 206 Masters.
He's amped up about it. Good return there for Steven Taylor. And Chad King has his competition cut out for him. Todd Albertson just working to the line this time by. But for the crazy old men, as it always is, that's going to be a really good battle to look out for later on tonight.
Absolutely great to see there for these 3. And then when they come back out later, it will be 12 minutes plus 2 laps here. And again, they will be on track 8:35 p.m. Eastern time, kicking things off for us to get under the lights and going. That is Masters Heat done. Now, again, we shuffle the gears. We go from some of our most experienced to some of our least experienced here, with 206 Cadets coming up for their 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And in 206 Cadets, what's the key for success here? I am going to say my opinion for 206 Cadets. You're James Fox, Kyler Hendrickson, and Reed Crampton. It's consistency, it's improvement, it's every time you get behind the wheel, you need to learn something and get better.
I think it's only fitting, since we're in Indy, we'll give a shout out to Ryan Hunter-Reay because he had a phenomenal appearance on Back to the Roots, Xander Clements' podcast, and mentioned just how crucial this part of his career was in learning what it means to really be fast, not just in a go-kart, but in everything he's driven. And Ryan really mentioned that, you know, as a cadet doing the four-stroke stuff, it was carrying momentum, being smooth on the inputs, right? Feeding the car in slowly on corner entry, but not pinching it off, not flicking the car on exit, and killing any exit speed. He kind of mentioned that was a really big lesson for him as a kid, because you look at the way sometimes the way these racing drivers are so aggressive, sawing on the wheel, but when you're on a qualifying run at Indy, it's the guys who are so smooth on the inputs, right? That are incredibly fast, are always fast out on track. And Ryan did a really good job of you know, digging deep and realizing it was here at this age in these go-karts on these power plants where he really developed that as a driver. And when you have these really long straightaways coming out of Daytona, out of the final corner, and those being the only two real parts on this track, Brad, where you can make a move, I think that is going to be absolutely pivotal. James Fox doing a phenomenal job. His hands have looked incredibly steady all weekend long so far. We'll see what he can do from pole position.
Definitely going to be one to watch here. And again, a reminder, they do not start on the front stretch. They get a lap and a half out lap here to go through. So they will cross the timing line and then do another half lap around. They've got to be formed up coming out of Daytona at the absolute latest here. Fox going through. Kyler Hendrickson. We'll see, can that second place repeat what we just saw in Masters and get a great start? It's going to be one thing to say here if it can be done. It's one thing to try it once. Doing it a second time is a whole nother experience here, as they will have them form up actually before we get to Daytona. And now it's the slow roll through, and you see it just locked in here. Look at these 206 cadets. They're not even going to look sideways and do fist bumps and all that. They are just looking straight ahead, looking for the flag, slow rolling it, ready to go here into the tram lines. And this is a game of how slow can you go, and they don't want to get sent back around, so they are keeping each other very slow and honest here. You see Kyler Hendrickson, the lone kart to the outside, looking over. You see James Fox looking over as well as they get set up and ready to go here, looking for the green flag out. We're racing here down into the corner, and already some hard charge fighting going on.
That green flag has come out really, really late, lap by lap here. But Reed Crampton, you saw a little bit further back in the 580, trying to get the jump there and take that P2 spot away from Kyler Hendrickson. Was not able to get there, but we have got the green flag out. We are racing. James Fox going to be back to the stripe the first time by, and already has put a really comfortable gap on that fellow top kart. Kyler Hendrickson in the 95 was really hoping to go wheel to wheel with his teammate, but you look a little bit further back, Reed Crampton was looking to put the pressure on, not looking to be the case there, all equidistant to one another as Fox comes out of Daytona at full song for the first time.
And here we go down through the run here, having a great go so far for James Fox, and that car just looks absolutely connected. That number 212 just seems to really be feeling good going into these final corners, hitting that right aligner and just working through early. Hendrickson is doing a great job of maintaining pace so far. We'll see as they cross the line how that lines up, and it is a 2.8 second gap that finds James Fox to Kyler Hendrickson right now. Now, that doesn't mean that that gap is going to maintain. I have seen drivers, especially in this cadet category early on, go to pull away, and then that gap rebound. That is a common occurrence here in cadets, because one of the things too to remember is that you've got to survive the race. And sometimes these cadets, they can just race so hard so early, and they have the energy early, but late in the race they may lose it.
That's why I love the start, man. I think the big problem with these cadets is they spend so much time you know, in the outlap, so slow to a crawl. They're so eager started, but all three of these kiddos were completely dialed in, locked in, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, and we're just ready to go racing, but not early on the drop. So really good job from all of them. But I touched on it a little bit earlier. It's so important for these kids to be within drafting distance of one another. It's so important with how small the profile of these karts are compared to the full-size karts we see normally. And unfortunately for Hendrickson, just has not been able to keep up with Fox, and that has let him really run away with it here. But halfway home, James Fox, your leader, and Hendrickson 4 seconds and change now back.
And as that gap continues to flow through and James Fox continues to just be putting in rapid times here, it's a reminder that, again, in cadets, sometimes the goal is winning, yes, but sometimes your bigger goal as you go through is just to continue to improve, continue to find momentum, continue to find pace, because these are drivers that can be very early in their careers and just now really learning how to drive a kart, how to really move things through. And so for them, it is all about just continuing to improve, continuing to find times. That is what makes this 206 cadet category so unique. Now, of course, when you're looking at a driver like James Fox with Mr. Two Fox Too Furious on Instagram, of course, is a driver that has a lot of experience, has 55 wins, 76 podiums, 27 poles in the 3 seasons, and 143 races that register on Carter DB. Now, you take James Fox, though, and compare to Kyler Hendrickson. Kyler Hendrickson only has 40 races on Carter DB. So do the math. It's a very, very big difference there going through. And of course, you know, Hendrickson has 5 wins, 16 podiums, 2 poles, and 5 seasons of experience that register in Carter DB. But I'm just saying, when you go and you look at that difference here of experience through and how much has been ran and what goes through, the goal is still to improve time and time again. And I have to say, the more laps that tick down here, 2 minutes 50 left to go, they are doing just that. And I am also going to say, I feel like that Midwest playing situation is starting to show itself a little bit here as I look up and around in the sky, especially this camera angle right here.
Yeah, I just hope to, I think at this point it's just fingers crossed that we wrap up with the racing before it gets here. But we will have to wait and see. But again, with the Vortex theory, James Fox doing a really, really good job right now. With 8 seconds and change as the gap, but the 8-year-old really, really sending it in right now. That's the 2-stroke kind of entry, just that quick flick in to try and rotate this kart. Again, we talk about some of the struggles with the cadets with such a short wheelbase. Sometimes it's hard to really get this kart around some of the longer sweeping corners just because you don't have that leverage. You don't have as long of a wheelbase to really throw the kart into a corner and start that momentum compared to a full-size kart. So usually you have the rear end so much softer to allow that flex, to allow it to kind of turn in. James Fox, I don't even know if he's braking, if he's just chucking the kart in and using the scrub of the tires from the side bite to kind of kill that momentum. But right here is where I'm really seeing it. You can just see that just a little bit of slide there into turn 10 and through turn 11. He's a lot more slow on entry there. How's it looking here coming out of the final corner? Nope, on rails, and I think the Rhino Liner's doing a pretty good job of killing any sliding through that part of the racetrack. Regardless, however he's driving it right now, he's doing a phenomenal job, and his dad, Ian, doing a bang-up job on the wrenches for him, as well as the coaching. James Fox looking dialed in, 50 seconds on the clock.
And we talk about the difference in these 3 drivers. I do want to talk a little bit about Reed Crampton. This is Reed Crampton's 7th race registering on Carter DB. So, I mean, to give you an idea, again, this is his 7th race showing and only registering as his 5th race, in the 206 cadets, with a couple of those showing in kid carts. So for Reed Crampton here, I mean, pace is improving lap after lap. We're seeing time come through still, which is just what you want to see. 15 seconds left to go here for James Fox, who just crossed the line. So we do get a bonus lap out here for James Fox. And I touched on weather a second ago here. I do want to touch on that one more time here, Jackson. Up to the north of Indianapolis. It looks like just on Interstate 465, 865, 65 interchange. They're just at Zionsville, just south of Carmel, Indiana. That is where the rain is really starting. A few light pop-ups through the Indianapolis downtown region, but above that, up near Lebanon, Frankfort, Attica, Lafayette, Danville, Illinois, there is a severe line of thunderstorms running through. Now, looking at it, it looks like it's running just basically like a southeasterly line, and it's a thin straight line, so I don't think we're gonna get hit by any of that, but these random pop-ups are showing up here around it now. So it's a less, I'd say a less than 10% chance, but a chance nonetheless in the back of the head of all of these drivers and all of these teams of a light, random, sporadic pop-up shower, because we're only about 15 or 20 miles south of Indianapolis.
Right. And again, the rain isn't the problem, right? We've got wet compounds, and even then we need a pretty good significant amount of downpour at this point in the night to make that switch over. Our issue is obviously going to be if we get an electrical storm rolling through. That would definitely bring the red flag out and sideline us at the very least for 30 minutes to just give it the time to go on through. Hasn't sidelined us too much this year. We've had a couple DKC rounds last year that definitely had us checked out at a Dallas Karting Complex for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. I know it hit us a couple times. I think it hit you as well for the Stars Championship at for Earthquake out at Quaker City. But fingers crossed here, we're going to be able to run throughout the rest of the night without Mother Nature having other plans for us. Because for James Fox right now, it's certainly looking to be the case. He comes out for the run of the checkered flag and will be borderline uncontested. Checkered flag is out. It'll be a Heat 1 win and a pole position for the main event for James Fox.
Great to see James Fox move up to the top here. Kyler Hendrickson holding second place, and Reed Crampton will be in third here, just as they started. But tons of great experience, improvement, and pace from them all the way along. And we're going to take a quick step aside here. When we come back, it's KA Jr. next for 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Don't go anywhere. You're joining us live here on Kart Chaser. Girls, children of all ages here to the Indy Karting Challenge as we get ready to roll. It's myself, Brad Dalton, joined by West Coast Best Coast star Jackson Lambros here as we have done 2 of our 7-minute heats, and now it's time for KA Juniors to roll. And this was a qualifying session that was a lot of fun, I have to say, here as we get ready for them to go. And let's talk about how they're going to line up here in KA Junior. Jordan Lepin with Jeeju Sivakumar in the front, Blake Martinez, Ed Tamaru, Tyler Nash Turner, and Nolan Wade, your drivers that will get ready to roll here for their go of 7 minutes plus 2 laps.
I think I see that 24, although I believe I see 2 top carts, and I do see the 24 just in the corner. So Tyler Nash Turner crucially did get whatever power plant issues he had in qualifying sorted out. Looked very strong in the opening handful of rounds, but he's got his work cut out for him for the opening 7-minute heat. This time by, it's a sea of AMAXs out in front. A lone Burrell Art, Blake Martinez for Stealth Motorsports, representing the red and black wave, and Ed Tamaru, Tyler Nash Turner, Nolan Wade, blue and white Top Kart crew have their work cut out for him here, Brad.
That they do here as we get rolling along. And again, that lap and a half outlap. It's so important to get out here and get yourself comfortable in a rhythm, get the tires ready to party, because that is going to make all the difference here. And it is going to be very important here in KA Junior, especially to make sure that you are mentally ready to roll, and that extra time on this outlap makes such a big difference here, because you can make sure everything is set up, everything is ready to go, you're ready to go, and make sure you're not going to pull a Braden Heber and magically drop a tire on exiting the pits through, or, maybe do a Tyler Nash Turner and take a nap on a barrier. Good to see the 24 back out there, though, on a very serious note, as they are formed up here at the formation cone before Daytona. Now it's up the hill and down. This is the point where you calm the nerves, you breathe. If you're in KA Junior, you really, really set yourself up, and you're thinking, all right, how do I win this in turn one? Even though everyone says you don't win in turn one, I'm going to win in turn one. I'm going to prove it all wrong, because I just saw it done earlier in the 206 Masters. If they can do it, I can do it. Green flag is out. Green flag is there. We are racing. Look at the dive down into turn one. There we go. All of these KA juniors getting going early. And then there you have Lepin, Siva Kumar in the top two, Martinez, Tamaru, Tyler Nash Turner, all mixing things up. You have Blake Martinez, who's dropped 2 positions early.
Top Kart guys putting the pressure early on, but that 38, unfortunately, on the receiving end of that. There you go. Nash Turner up a pair from the start. Pen and Siva Kumar. Giju kind of forced to be, I think, rear gunner in this scenario. What's the method here if you're in the 808? Do you white line and try and defend from the guy behind? Or do you get to the bumper of Jordan LePen and try and push, build a little bit of insurance? We'll have to wait and see. As it stands right now, neither are really needed. I'm not sure if there's even a long enough straightaway for them to even interlock here. Maybe coming out of turn 11. But we'll have to wait and see. But Tyler Nash Turner has it dialed in the 24. No issues for him to this point. Little bit of bumper to bumper there. That'll help Lepine on exit with help from the teammate Siva Kumar. First lap of green flag running underway. Jordan Lepine going to be the first to get there. And Martinez continues to drop back. Tamaro makes that move for P4.
Here's the good news. Lepin and Siva Kumar are teammates up in the front, so they got to play a little nice with each other, right? I mean, at least a little. They got to think about it a little bit here in the new gen motorsport karts, and that is going to be what's going to be important for them right now. But you do have Tyler Nash Turner behind you, who is very quick. You have to give it to Tyler Nash Turner. When the kart is working, he has pace. This is going to be where the challenge comes in, because, as you said, that 808 is playing that rear gunner, but also wants to be up in the front. But the problem is, if those two start battling up in the front, then that puts Tyler Nash Turner closer. And then you end up in a whole roundabout fiasco that nobody likes the answer to. And then it's fireworks, and it's all the things. I think Gigi Kumar needs to try to battle Jordan Lepin, because I like fireworks. I don't know about you, but getting to see that battle would be interesting. But of course, they're not going to right now. They're going to sit nose to tail. They're going to play kind here. And unless Siva Kumar really ends up in a position where Giju can get past Jordan Lepin with no issues, with no drama, and leapfrog it along, this is where they're going to sit for now until Tyler Nash Turner really closes that gap in. And as of right now, it seems like Tyler Nash Turner maybe has used the best of those tires early on. Maybe is saving a little bit here. We still have 4.5 minutes of racing, of course.
Definitely it's a case of maybe tire management, not just, lap by lap, but session by session. You want to save something in the set for the main event later tonight. But crucially, I think why we're seeing Giju really reserved right now on making the moves is we've talked about this a ton on the sim side, Brad, but not making expensive moves. We could absolutely see Giju really, go for a dive bomb right here, turn 11. But what's that going to do? When you've got Tyler Nash Turner just a second and a half further back, that's going to bring that 24 immediately into the battle right now. And these guys know that they're just now at the halfway point. It's at most 3 or 4 kart lengths separating Siva Kumar and Tyler Nash Turner. I think this is good heads-up driving from the 808 to know I can make a run. I've got the pace to make a run against my teammate right now, but it's way smarter for me to just run in the tracks right now. Focus on building that gap, maybe work with my teammate a little bit. You can see that shake of the head from Jordan Lepine. He's wishing maybe Siva Kumar was actually a little bit closer there to help him push, but he won't get any of that. I'm not sure. In maybe a couple minutes, we'll have to wait and see. But Yeah, we're just going to have to wait. I think Siva Kumar is just waiting for the right time to strike, building a little bit of insurance. But when the twin sticks come out, we could be seeing a very different version of how these two are coexisting on track right now.
This is the thing. There are rules and general understandings of what you can and cannot do when you're racing a teammate. I think unless you drive for Mercedes in Formula One, you understand the golden rule is do not get in a wreck with your teammate, right? Like that is the general rule. And even then, they obey that rule unless you are in the mid 2010s. They obey that rule very well, typically. But there is a unwritten rule in karting that I've learned, and it's even when you're with teammates, when it's the 2 to go signal and the white flag, sometimes your teammate just has to kind of accept that it is what it is because it's every racer for themselves. So let's be honest. Yes, there's the teammate card, but right now I think Jordan Lepin has kind of said, you know what, my teammate's behind me. I've got a couple minutes plus a couple laps. I've got some pace left. I'm just going to go ahead and let it rip. We see the gap is opening up right now, and it looks like Siva Kumar maybe just playing it a little bit comfortable here. Top three have a gap of a second between them.
So now we're starting to get to the point, and unfortunately for Siva Kumar, this is the point where maybe he would be thinking about making a move, but Jordan Lepin really making the advantage. That clean air over the nose. We talk about the draft being so important in this KA100 package. But I think crucially right now, Jordan Lepin just has that extra little bit of bite for the front of the car with clean airflow coming over the nacelle, over the front bumper. And that's allowed him to build now a 1.5 second gap. That being said, Juju Siva Kumar obviously could be saving something a little bit as well. But I'll tell you what, it has got to be all smiles at the AMAX tent right now. They're watching their two drivers, the black, pink, and white machines, first and second, uncontested at this point this weekend.
Less than 60 seconds to go, plus 2 laps. A lap around here for the juniors is taking about 42 to 43 seconds. Now, that is a quick lap through, so I'm going to call this like a 4 to go-ish signal here at the moment, because when they cross the line, there should still be some time on the board here. But you do have plenty of great going so far for the drivers here. Looking back further at third place, Tyler Nash Turner has dropped back to Ed Tamaru and Blake Martinez, who is holding position here. That number 38 holding on right now. Again, Blake, we're used to seeing at MCC. It's good to see Blake make a drive out here to Whiteland, Indiana, and really look to bring on a challenge. As of right now, is just sitting steady, watching Ed and watching Tyler Nash Turner ahead, and we'll be looking to start a challenge here very, very soon. I would imagine just closing things up as we are 3 laps left to go. It'll be 2 to go next time they cross the line.
I'd like to remind you as well that we do freeze the grid after qualifying. So if you're on pole from qualifying, you're on pole for the main event. This does not set the grid for the main event. However, still a healthy amount of points coming your way here based on where you finish. For Jordan Lepin, that means he is right where he wants to be. But for Tyler Nash Turner, he is in the hot seat. Twin sticks coming out. Lepin uncontested. Tyler Nash Turner under fire right now. His top kart teammate Ed Tamaru, Blake Martinez hot on his heels. But Jordan Lepin, 2.7 seconds over Juju Siva Kumar.
2.7 seconds for Lepin over Siva Kumar. We'll see if that maintains here. Now, this sets a good precedent for the final. This is good momentum building, but the thing is, you got to remember the final coming through is going to be a big, big moment, and that is going to be where we see these drivers really go through. Turn 1, lap 1 is proving to be instrumental, and NKA Junior, it definitely was that as well. So if you can get that first lap nailed right, it's going to make a big difference. 1 lap to go here. Jordan Lepin just needs to go and hit the final 3 quarters of this lap well through Daytona. Looks over the shoulder, sees that there is no contest behind. Nearly 3 seconds the gap here for Lepin. There was a little bit of teammate work early on. When it wasn't working out, Jordan Lepin just went and took off. Jordan Lepin has done that. Jordan Lepin has showed some pace. And for Jordan, he's going to come across the line here to win the KA Junior Heat here in round 3 of the Indy Karting Challenge. Behind him will be his teammate Jiju Sivakumar by 3.2 seconds at the line, and then we still have 3rd, 4th, and 5th to get sorted out.
And Tamaru got it home and made that move on the teammate. Tyler Nash Turner dropping down to P4. Blake Martinez from P3 goes all the way down to P5, but good squabble there for the further back positions. That'll be good to look out for the main event coming up later on this afternoon. Step aside for just a moment. When we come back, KA Seniors and Masters. You're watching round number 3 of the Indy Karting Series live on Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Indy Karting Challenge in Whiteland, Indiana, where we are getting lined up for our next category to roll here, and we are heading into the KA Senior Master Combined Go. This is going to be a fun one to watch here, as we have 7 karts signed up in this category, and I'll tell you what, their qualifying was absolutely wild, which tells me turn 1 is going to be absolutely wild. Let's talk about the lineup here as it sits. Braden Heber with Levi Wilbur, Dane Van Dyke, Abram Dean, Fisher Graham, Danny Cutshaw, and William McLaughlin. Your 7 karts signed up. And we had some big contact between Cutshaw and McLaughlin in the qualifying. Not even a lap in, Jackson. And that really is what's going to make things exciting. If they were doing that in qualifying, how's this going to go for the race?
I think, first of all, I think that contact we saw between McLaughlin and Van Dyke was certainly unintentional, but definitely, I think, if anything, there's a lot of unshown pace, specifically between William McLaughlin. Had to go back to the 10 and see if the top kart guys were able to fix that machine up for a guy who has been very much a favorite, no matter whether it's the 206s or the KA100s. He's been one of the stronger guys in the Masters. But Braden Heber, Levi Wilbur, it's been a duel out in front we've been used to all season long so far in IKC. Heber with a little bit of dramatics in 206, but that 978 looking mighty fine on pole position. We'll see if he can turn that into a win here for the Heat.
Certainly gonna be a good effort from them here as they head into the tram lines. Let's see, do they get the go ahead here? And we are indeed racing. Look at this as they get going here. Everyone spreading things through, mixing things up, and, well, top 2 settle it in. 3rd place on back, though. That's where the absolute switcheroonies are happening. Let's mix it one way to the other as they head down the front stretch here and try to get things going, as these karts are absolutely battling it out across classes, across runs, and all in the end, it's the 978 Braden Heber able to pick it up into the lead.
Oh, Fisher Graham further back under pressure. Levi Wilbur on the inside there, turn number 4. That'll be a done deal for P3. I was about to say that was a phenomenal start from Fisher Graham. Had a handful of positions gained in the whole shot there. As that green flag has come out so late every single time they've thrown it. But here we go. Green flag running, 6 minutes and change on the clock. You can already see Dane Van Dyke trying to put a little bit of pressure right now on Braden Heber out in front. The pair of OTKs working their way out of the final corner. and it is a very, very good run for Dane Van Dyke. Is he going to be able to make that run? Not yet. I think Heber just has a little bit more top end in that 978. But we saw it earlier on with the Parent New Gen, guys. If you think you have the pace, I think maybe you do have to make that move early on, because the dirty air, that front arrow wash, can really, really hurt you in the long run. Back down, coming out of Daytona. It's a really good run further back. Do not count out Levi Wilbur, the KA Master further back. Black helmet, white cart, red suit is joining this mix as well. Heber continuing to go down low and defend through the final corner. Van Dyke gonna try and swing it wide. Heber lifting on the exit of the final corner to try and block that crossover. That'll instantly bring Levi Wilbur back into the mix. This is a look to the inside. Levi Wilbur, done deal. He's up into P2.
Absolutely amazing, and this is a master and senior battling for second place. By the way, this is mixed class battling for overall positions up in the front. Meanwhile, Heber just trying to keep that highlighter yellow, green, blue cart going through. Dive down the inside. Let's make a pass for the lead into the hairpin here. Great move through, and then let's try to shuffle that in. 2-for-1 special, 2-for-1 loss. The answer is no. Braden Heber holds on to second for now, but is going to be under some pressure here, going through mixtures around. But for Braden Heber, it was keep the head down and go, and now it's a drop through. Levi Wilbur up into the lead. Heber second, Van Dyke in third. And I tell you what, if you're a Master Senior fan, you have Levi Wilbur, a KA Master, currently leading this race.
Levi Wilbur had his box of Wheaties this morning. He is absolutely flying right now. 42.601. Fastest man on track. The only driver on track right now to cut into the 42s comfortably. Can he build that gap on Heber and Van Dyke? They are battling further back right now. Braden Heber, who has had Dane Van Dyke breathing down his neck all night long, is all of a sudden ignoring that and trying to put the pressure right back on that all-white number 6 right in front of him. Into turn number 1, not able to make that move stick just yet. The tight technical opening sector of this layout not really allowing any good runs or turning that into an overtake. Even right here, that right-handed hairpin of turn 4. Good exit on Daytona right now. Dane Van Dyke. Are we going to see a move? No. You can see a little bit of a flick to the middle there from Heber, maybe to think about defending. But he goes back in line. Still very late there to swing it out on corner exit, preventing any late attacks from Van Dyke. Lap number 2 in the books, or excuse me, lap number 4 in the books. Levi Wilbur starting to build that gap now. Half a second separating himself, and now the focus changes for Braden Heber. Can't put that attack on Levi Wilbur, Brad. He's got to defend from Dane further behind.
And that defense is going to be very, very hard fought here. I'm going to be honest. It's going to be a very, very big battle through to the end. Heber looks over the right shoulder. You see putting the head down, trying to just focus. Really is probably thinking, dang, just work with me here. Let's not battle. Just work with me here and settle in. We're getting beat by Levi Wilbur, who's in the master category. And by the way, if you're wondering why that's a big problem here, why Heber might be thinking that, well, it's because of the fact that for Braden Heber, well, there is a significant age gap between masters and seniors, so that can make a big difference for the drivers. And again, we go back to the same thing we talk about with 206 junior and 206 senior, where it's kind of like a, hey, I should be the best here. I should be the fastest here. So Braden Heber, head down, definitely going to be looking to make some moves and head through. Dane, the number 79, behind in the white cart, should be following along as well. Up front, though, Levi Wilbur, look at this, is just settled into a rhythm. And now you have Heber and Van Dyke trying to mix in, as well as Levi Wilbur just settles in right behind, or right in the front. Isn't even looking back, I don't believe. Isn't worried about the gap behind. Is just focused on the track ahead. Now, that is a driver that's showing a little bit of confidence.
Heber's looked really strong, though, coming out of Daytona into that switchback section. I think that's just the part that's more dialed in for the corners, but Wilbur is just so strong on the straightaways. Ooh, late look there on corner exit. Van Dyke thought he had the run coming out of turn number 5, but had to back into it. Now goes for it down low into turn number 6. No, Heber still able to roll some kind of momentum into turn number 8. Good defense from the 978 as Van Dyke continues to put that pressure on, but Heber not flexing pressure.
Not flexing under pressure is the name of the game here as these karts work their way along. 50 seconds plus 2 laps to go is exactly what they need to do in making their way along up towards Daytona. Heber holding in that go, has the bump draft behind for third. There's the look over the shoulder saying, where is everyone? And then Levi Wilbur just says, okay, nope, I'm back to what I was doing here, and I'm not thinking about it otherwise. And that is exactly what Levi Wilbur needs to do, honestly, in the front. Heber again going defensive over the 79 of Van Dyke as we come across the line. 15 seconds left to go on this run, so it's 3 laps to go is what we can call it. And you see looking right, looking left, looking up, down, everyone here trying to gauge where the karts are around them as they head towards Daytona. Time is off the board. We're 3 laps to go officially, and I cannot believe Levi Wilbur is just holding that much of a gap right now.
I think we got to check as well. William McLaughlin further back in the 257 might have some issues as well. It's been a while since he's gotten back to the stripe. I'm not sure if he took it back tail line or if he ended up parking it somewhere. But that top kart still having issues after that tangle earlier on track. So McLaughlin 2 laps down and 2 laps to go. Braden Heber goes fast. It's 42.458. That's actually a little bit quicker than Wilbur out in front. This battle could still have a little bit of juice left in it. But I think the main focus at this point right now for Heber, he knows it's going to be a Hail Mary for him to close that gap to Levi Wilbur. It's just all about defending from Dane Van Dyke. And he's had a phenomenal run further back in the 79 time and time again out of Daytona. He can't make the move stick this time. And both of these guys are actually going to go track line to track line, just stay tucked in with one another. They might try to close this gap to Levi Wilbur.
I definitely think that gap can be closed here. 1 lap to go. I just don't know if there's enough time to close that gap. That is going to be the most important part, is are we out of time? 1 lap to go here will make the difference. 0.8 of a second was the gap when you cross the stripe. Here's the thing for Dane Van Dyke. At this point, do you even want to try to work with Braden Heber, or do you want to get past Braden Heber for second? Right now, it looks like is settling through as Levi Wilbur will run through the corners. 2 corners left to go. Here we go. The battle for second heating up. Heber has to make a big chop for the defense. And coming through the final corner, Levi Wilbur, there's a battle going on behind. There's contact between Heber and Van Dyke. Up front, though, Levi Wilbur will win the KA Master KA Senior Heat, and it's a KA Master winning, and then it's Heber and Van Dyke crossing the line, second and third, separated by 0.2 of a second. But the little bit of contact into the final corner, guarantee you that Dane Van Dyke was thinking, I can have the lunge in the final corner. It's there. Braden Heber shut the door, and Levi Wilbur, the KA Master, showing the wiseness of that category.
Good stuff between Heber and Van Dyke. That's going to be fun to watch for 12 minutes later on under the lights. But Levi Wilbur proving that old guys rule will take victory and be on pole for the main event. And the guy in the number 6 getting it done here in our step aside for just a moment. Micro and Mini Swift coming up from Indy.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported.
All right, and after a wild run there for Masters and Seniors in their 7-minute heat, To think we're going to let them do that for 12 minutes under the lights. Doggone, I tell you what. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because Indy Karting Challenge here, the K1 circuit, Whiteland, Indiana, is putting on some great shows so far today. Now, we're going to get it rolling and continue it rolling here with our next category, which is Micro Mini Swift rolling through. Kason Hendrickson, James Fox, and Zen Veach will get their way rolling out here for their 7 minutes plus 2 laps.
Just got a text here from our man Kyle Cuthbertson helping us out this weekend and said weather report from our from my house, from my window outside an hour north, it's gonna rain. So the Hoosier native letting us know that the rain is indeed coming. I think crucially though, Brad, that could maybe overlap with our window for dinner, fingers crossed. And then obviously we just gotta hope that it's only the water coming down and not the power of Zeus. That being said, Kason Hendrickson gonna flip the script on that battle from the 206 heat earlier on. James Fox has a little bit of work to do. See if he can make it stick around the outside. Zen Veach just behind there will try to get in on the action as well.
This is going to be an interesting one to see how the race start plays out between Hendrickson and James Fox, because that is going to tell me really what I need to see for how this lap one will go here in the Mini Micro Swift category. They're rolling down into the tram lines, buckled up and ready to go. Looking off to the right here, and green flag is out. We are racing, and already Kason Hendrickson covering off turn 1, diving to the left to dive right back to the right. Does a great job there and will hold on to the lead out of turn 1, heading down towards the timing line here. And James Fox already all over the rear bumper.
Yeah, good catch there, Brad. You saw the flick there to try and make that entry as wide as possible into the opening corner. They saw what happened for the 206 Cadet start and how quickly that outside can actually have an advantage if you're able to stick side by side. So Hendrickson able to try and open it up as much as possible there. On corner exit. That's why he's up and away right now and trying to build that gap on Fox. Veach still just there, a little bit further behind. Now as we work our way into full song, these guys just getting a little bit of that outside curbing to swing it as wide as possible. And again, these guys are playing limbo, if you will, trying to get as close to the grass, as close to that white line on corner entry as possible, then setting it all the way down to the curbing on the inside of the final corner, just using a little bit of that curb, not too much because it'll kick you right back out to the outside of the racetrack. Through turns 1 and 2, a little bit of banking there in turn 1 to help roll speed. No Rhino liner. Look at that, Hendrickson up over the crest, almost three-wheeling it there, feeding the car in. Hendrickson has that number 2 dialed in, nearly a half a second and change right now over James Fox.
Now, this is an impressive thing to see. Look at the flick there going through. You would think we're watching rally or something. The Scandinavian flick to kick the rear end of the cart out and send it well through. That is a driver that has tons of control in that cart heading through. Now, that is impressive to see from Hendrickson as Fox and Veach look like they're about to battle. And, man, every time we cut over, that is to the north of the circuit.
That's scary.
And that is looking towards Indianapolis. And I'll tell you right now, again, if you're in Lebanon, Indiana, if you are in Crawfordsville, if you are in Covington, if you're in Attica, if you are in Carmel, Indiana, if you're in Indianapolis downtown, Frankfurt, those sorts of areas are getting absolutely pounded with wind and hail and storms. So I'm not a weatherman, but it is rough looking out in that area. So, and I want to factor one more thing into this here, Jackson, that we haven't talked about as these micro minis are running. If we get weather, if we get any storms and it puts us on a delay, we have an 11 p.m. curfew for noise ordinance laws here in Whiteland. So regardless of where we're at in racing, 11 p.m. has to be the hard cutoff here for this race today. And so if we end up looking at our schedule and we end up with some rain that delays us, I mean, that's going to put a big spanner in the works of how this event can go and, well, what may happen.
Yeah, good shot there from Ian Boley on the switches for us this weekend. Again, if you've been with us for regional or national stuff before, this is not our first rodeo when it comes to dealing with weather, but we'll be the first to let you know what things are like here trackside, and if we're going to be able to make it to the end tonight. But as of right now, the rain is coming. All we can do is really cross our fingers and hope that we don't get too much of the angry stuff from the clouds. But it's looking good as it stands right now. Looking even better right now for Hendrickson, out in front, 1.8 seconds the gap as he works his way all the way down to the inside, then just essentially uses neutral steer, does the rest of the work. Open it up on exit. Brad mentioned it earlier, that flick, that slide. It's almost like Hendrickson is doing a good job to keep it off of the Rhino liner because, yeah, that grips up the kart, but it kills all rotation. You can see it here. The minute it gets on the darker black piece of the pavement, that is essentially sprayed down to help increase the grip of the track overall, mainly for the rental kart guys so that they don't get into too much trouble, but also for the flatter parts of the racetrack to help get the karts around the corner at full song. But for Hendrickson, especially for the cadets, the shorter wheelbase karts, it's really, really difficult. So the approach there, as Brad mentioned, is that I'm not going to call it a full Scandinavian flick because you're not like fully turning it out and then initiating, but you're definitely chucking the car in on corner entry to try and get that kart rotated, get that back end kicking out just a little bit there to help initiate the turn in. But again, you can see it right here coming out of the final corner. They are straight as an arrow coming out of the final corner. And for Hendrickson, he's just able to find a little bit more on track right now. That's why he's got now a 2.4 second gap with 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes left to go here. Hendrickson, Fox, and Beach as they sit. Fox and Beach starting to close the gap to each other here, looking to battle along. Race Control has put a 5-second penalty on me, by the way, for bringing up anything remotely related to weather. So I am going to take that and do with that what I will. The good news is
that an extra 5 seconds we need to be on air? How would a 5-second delay work for? How would a 5-second penalty work for us?
I'm not asking questions. I'm just going to say that I served it because they can't enforce it. There we go. I'll see if I get yelled at later, and we'll let that be as we see James Fox and Zen Beach battle their way along. I'm going to serve my 5-second penalty now and let these two battle for 5 seconds.
Here we go. Zach Fox, or James Fox on the back foot here compared to the Briggs stuff, but looked very, very strong earlier on in qualifying. But Zen Beach in the 114 going at it, trying to make that move on the top kart competition. And the two kids out of Brownsville continuing to go back and forth. You can see the gap now, how much that's grown on track. Hendrickson fully out of that final corner just as Fox and Beach start to work their way in. 30 seconds on the clock. It should be Twin Sticks coming out next time by. Zen Beach, that white helmet a little bit further back, definitely within striking distance now. The observation is on. Can Zen Beach get enough of a run? If so, where on track? Where could he potentially make that move? And for Hendrickson out on track, he's had to have, at this point, certainly more than a couple peaks over the shoulders. Does he maybe lay off a little bit, start to maybe save a little bit of tires for the main event later tonight? That being said, there's a chance that we change compounds, so maybe not. Maybe you just go all out and try and build that gap, build as much insurance as possible. Twin Sticks coming out 44.627, fastest lap 7.76, last time by 4.1. The gap separating James Fox, Case, and Hendrickson. The orange and green machine looking dialed in every way possible right now.
So I want to touch on something you just said. Do you roll it back a little bit? Here's the problem. You're in such a rhythm if you're Case and Hendrickson here in the front. If you try to dial it back and manage pace and do stuff like that, especially in these younger categories where that is a hard skill to learn, you can actually force yourself into an error. So there's a lot of times that you see drivers, once they hit such a rhythm, they kind of they love to champion it and just hold that rhythm regardless of, you know, the tire wear that may come, the different things that may happen. They just hold it through and hold it wide open, for lack of a better phrase. White flag, 1 lap to go here. Hendrickson in that number 2 kart has been absolutely dominant in this race. 4.8 seconds was the gap when they came across the line last time through, coming through Daytona, not even looking over the shoulder. That is a driver who is feeling really, really good here in the front, sends it through into that corner, uses that left rear into the Rhino liner just to get enough grip hooked up to rotate through. That is a driver with a lot of skill and experience here in Micro Mini. As we come through the final corners, Kaysen Hendrickson sees the double checkers, is going to come through across the line and is going to win here in Micro Mini Swift in their heat. James Fox, Sin Veach will come across the line for second and third, and at the coming of the line, James Fox is going to hold it by 0.2 of a second.
Good run late there for Zen Veach. And again, was looking not the strongest during qualifying, but is able to really stay in contention there with James Fox, one of the best in the business in this group. So the two top kart guys obviously going to go back to the tent, maybe make a couple of adjustments, but get ready for the main event coming up later tonight. Really good battles, though, throughout the cadets. That'll give all of the youngest an opportunity to step back, take a little bit of a breather now for the time being. Step aside for just a moment. More action when we return from K1 Whiteland.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
And carts are getting fired up here. We're getting ready to roll for our next class here at the K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. For this Indy Karting Challenge, it's going to be 206 Senior. And this is going to be a class to really see some wild things happen here. Blake Deester up in the front with Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly in third, Zachary Allen in fourth, Andrew Goldman fifth, Fisher Graham in sixth, Colton and Chad King make up seventh and eighth respectively, Reed Esslinger and Randy Henshaw here going through. I gotta say, Jackson, this was a class that in qualifying, we saw battles already starting. Whenever you see battles starting out already in a 206 Senior qualifying session, it kind of makes things a bit wild.
And again, Levi Wilbur coming off a really good heat for that KA Senior and Master Division, rolling on the outside here. So we'll be looking to keep that speed going. Also, looks like Levi has a metal bumper on the rear end. IKC still allowing that, although obviously at the national level, you almost always see the plastic rear bumpers, a little bit of a better aerodynamic profile. I know the metal ones have a little bit more of a elasticity to it, if you will. That means if you're on the rear bumper, should be giving you a little bit better of a run there if you're interlocked bumper to bumper. But here we go. Levi Wilbur, Blake Deester making it an all-top kart front row. Can we keep it that way? Let's find out. Let's go green. Good start down low. Colton Kelly trying to get his way up into P2. Allen from the 31 trying to get a couple more positions in that new gen. The two pairs trying to bring that battle to the top carts, but Blake Deester still out in front. Where does Wilbur end up in that 406 as a result? He's on the inside on exit, locking horns with Kelly on the outside. They'll drag race into turn number 1. Kelly able to patch it up into P2, but Levi Wilbur is your leader. He's up and away.
Great go there into the start of this race. 6.5 minutes already left to go, 30 seconds down on the clock here, and you see just how much everything mixed up there very, very quickly. Multiple carts up and down, multiple positions, and we're already looking over shoulders. We're already picking friends. We're already trying to figure out where to go, and Levi Wilbur, meanwhile, up here in the front trying to hold on. Look at this, Blake Deester trying to make a move into the final corners, isn't able to make the move yet, but is definitely going to be taking a look there through behind Fisher Graham. Zachary Allen having a great battle through, and the top three now going to go side by side. Here again, Colton Kelly, Blake Deester, second and third place. They'll try to make some moves, and right now Colton Kelly might be the fastest on track, but it's going to be stuck in second place here in the sandwich between the two teammates.
Yeah, Deester trying to muscle on through for Colton Kelly into turn number 1. But Kelly just able to get on gas and get into the bumper of Wilbur. A little bit, it seemed there, to fend that off. Further back, Zach Allen, Fisher Graham, they'll lock horns through Daytona a little bit further back. Colton Kelly to the bumper, looking to the inside, backs out of it. Did not want to bring that fellow top cart back into the mix. You look a little bit further back, they are continuing the mothball from P5 pretty much all the way back to Braden Heber on the recovery drive again. He had a nightmarish qualifying session, up 2 positions from P11 to P9. Another potential move for the lead. Colton Kelly looking to the inside, will just barely be able to get on through. I believe, yes, he is. New Gen to the front.
Making that move all the way back up to the front here. Now needs to try to hold that. It's one thing to pass, it's another to hold it. It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and it's a third thing entirely to try to hold yourself up in the front here when there's such a long backstretch. Duck the head here, tuck to the inside. Here we go. We've got Wilbur, we've got Deester. They work together, 2-for-1 special. Now let's fan it out 3 wide coming out of the corner, holding through. That is a very, very rare sight here, I feel like, to see 3 wide. Little bit of bump there into the final corner, and as they go down the front stretch here, they hold their way along and they continue their way through. These guys are paddling it out so hard.
Colton Kelly really dropping back now as a result. It looks like, I think, Zach Allen, AJ Lund. Where did AJ Lund come from? Further back in the 13. But Kelly in the 900, that new gen dropping all the way back to his stablemate Zach Allen in the 31. That was some great teammate driving, though, further back from the 2 top carts. Blake Deester giving the bumper to Levi Wilbur on the inside right here. 1 lap ago, that immediately pushed Kelly offline, and he got swamped by a handful of drivers. You just see him there further back. So he'll have to try and work and lock bumpers with Zach Allen, the fastest man on track in the 31. Move for the lead. Blake Deester looking to the inside, out of the final corner. AJ Lund on exit in the 13, gonna push on through. Trying to make that stick for P2. He'll patch it up. AJ Lund into second.
What a great move there all the way through for all of these drivers, shuffling things up and down the order. Great battles here in the front, but you see everyone behind very, very hungry, very ready through. Big dive down the inside again, heading towards Daytona. This is not where you normally see passes. Bit of miscommunication there. Now it's going to be a squeeze, trying to squeeze Levi Wilbur through and along to go to the outside. Levi Wilbur now up into second. Now you have Zachary Allen trying to make a move up into third. Now look at this, Levi Wilbur, AJ Lund, they battle it out here for second. This is going to give Blake Deester a bit of breathing room. Watch out for Colton Kelly trying to make a dive down the inside here. Hard dive through, slides it out wide. That's a great move. Lund, Wilbur, Allen, and Colton Kelly, they've all pulled the gloves off here. We still have 2.5 minutes of racing to go.
Teammate Zach Allen not going to be too thrilled about that fangs out driving from Colton Kelly, but you look at this. It's Top Kart, it's New Gen, it's one of the oldest rivalries we've seen here at IKC. Oh, good cross up there. AJ Lund trying to make that move stick on the inside of Levi Wilbur. Colton Kelly feeding the bumper there, and will give a little bit of help to that top cart just in front. And now for all 4 of these guys, it's this forced collaboration. They got to try and close that gap of about half a second to Blake Deester. That out in front has been thrilled to look over the shoulder and see these guys just throwing haymakers at one another, but they've got to work with one another here. 2 minutes on the clock. It's got to be from AJ Lund, Colton Kelly, Levi Wilbur, and Zach Allen if they have any hopes of trying to work their way to the front. Just a little bit further back as well. You got to give your to Braden Heber in the 8. Again, missed that corner. Had a tire fall off during qualifying. Brad, he is up 6 positions right now. P6 for the number 8.
Yeah, Braden Heber doing a great job of moving up there and is still trying to close the gap. Look at the peak there from Zachary Allen, just sticking the nose a half a kart length out, thinking about a move here with 1:18 to go. Isn't going for it yet, though, but certainly making the presence known. That is big here as they've all now accordioned back up to the front. This is just a big accordion effect. It's going to spread out. It's going to close. It's going to spread a little. It's going to close. And right now we're in the case of where it's closed all the way up here as these top 5 come through. Braden Heber holding 6th place is getting a little bit closer as well, continuing to close that gap in here. AJ Lund, you got to give it to him, up 11 places on the day right now, is sitting there in the shotgun seat of 2nd place, maybe looking to go up to the front here. Big run out of Daytona. Look over the shoulder here, helmet tucked. Where do you go here at this point if you're Kelly? Kelly chooses to stay behind here. 30 seconds left to go. Should be this lap plus 2 more after the lap that they start. Call it 3 to go when they cross the line.
Yeah, I think AJ, one of the guys we missed in qualifying, was trying to save something for the heat race. And man, it has really worked here. As you mentioned, Brad, 11 positions gained. But Blake Deester had that phenomenal gap just a couple laps to go. That has been completely vanquished with AJ, Colton Kelly just a little bit further back. Then you see as well Zach Allen, Braden Heber trying to get into the mix as well. AJ Lund looking a little bit shallow there on entry, trying to make that move work in Daytona. Not going to get there. Colton Kelly trying to push from P3. Good overtaking opportunity right here. It'll be the twin sticks coming out this time by AJ Lund, trying to make a way on through. Can't get there just yet. Maybe a late lunge into turn number 11 and turn 12. Cannot get there just yet. It is a powder keg. Question is, when is it going to explode?
Well, it's not got much time left. It's either going to explode or fizzle out. We're coming through. 2 laps to go. This time by Deester, Lund, Kelly, Wilbur, Allen. Your top 5 as they sit. Braden Heber, 1.2 seconds off the back of that. That is not a lot of gap that Heber needs to make up, especially if these two groups start battling. Look over the shoulder there from Lund. A little bit of a hand signal from Lund to Kelly. And here goes Deester. Deester tapping the helmet, moving the helmet around. I'm not sure what that's about. If that helmet's in a weird position, what's going on? Deester seems to be having an issue here. Going through, is hitting the helmet, going through. Is that a bug inside the helmet? What could be happening? Deester loses the position to Lund. Lund's through. Kelly now trying to make the move. And as they head down the front stretch, it definitely seems like something was up there for Blake Deester, because that was an unusual moment, is losing even more positions now, dropping further down the order here as they come across last lap going, and AJ Lund has been gifted. And what are you doing? You get gifted a horse, you don't look it in the mouth. Last to first challenge for the number 13, now up into P1 and has 3/4 of a lap to go. Don't look away. Don't look back. Put the helmet down and go. Over the shoulder looks Levi Wilbur saying, where is anyone else? Deester still dropping down the order. Braden Heber's caught up to the back of this pack. And it's through the final couple of corners here, but it's a good gap for AJ Lund. About 3/4 of a second coming through the final corner. You go last to first, you got to celebrate it. AJ Lund is going to pick up the win in 206 senior heat. How about that?
One of the best drives we've seen in this early IKC season, but 12 positions up for AJ Lund. Take a bow, young man. Number 13 making big time moves to get himself the maximum amount of points prior to the main event. Levi Wilbur, Colton Kelly, Zach Allen, and then Blake Deester all the way down in P5. I need to double check again to actually see what happened there. It looked like he was grabbing the side of his helmet and then the mouth bar itself beneath the visor. But we'd love to see, hopefully we can hear an answer there from the Top Kart guys and figure out what actually happened here. But you're seeing it on track right now. The clouds blowing in and the wind starting to pick up here as we continue to muscle through. That's your results here for 206 senior.
Definitely hope that Blake Deester is okay here. And, well, up next, 206 Supermasters. All right, let's roll these 206 Supermasters along, and let's talk about how it's going to start. William McLaughlin will lead us off there in that number 56 bladed top cart there going through, and then it's Tom Stevens, it's Joseph Stevens, Mark Kirk, and Wesley Bullock. 5 carts signed up for this category, only 4 carts on track currently, so we'll see how they play through. Sun is going down. We are just at the 7 o'clock hour here for this go, and as we hit that 7 o'clock hour, sun is getting a little bit lower. Things are going to start to cool down. The wind is still here, which is helping a bit. Jackson, these conditions are going to keep getting better.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's the deal with Wesley Bullock there. As again, was on the entry list but not able to get there. But we will have to wait and see. William McLaughlin, Tom Stevens, Joseph Stevens, I think, dropped back a little bit further as well. We'll try to get back to Tom, but it has been top cart dominance all night long. William McLaughlin trying to carry that momentum.
It's going to be an exciting one to watch here. McLaughlin setting up in the front. You see they get in the formation there all the way back before the hairpin to head towards Daytona. These 4 carts lining things up here for Supermasters for 7 minutes plus 2 laps of great action for them. You see getting set up, getting in position. They get into the tram lines here, and they are looking for a green flag to be waved. And there it goes. We're green. 7 minutes plus 2 laps. Great run there on that inside line. Will we see a pass for second here? Well, it's not going to happen out of turn 1. Can you make it happen down the inside of turn 2? Not close enough. And meanwhile, they hold on to the place here as they head along into the go. And, well,
Good exit. Yep,
good
good
exit.
exit there for William McLaughlin. And for the first time, I feel like we haven't seen anybody really get things out and making some crazy moves. So the Supermasters being a little bit more reserved here on the start. Joseph Stevens, I think, just able to muscle through on the inside of Mark Kirk there for P4, or excuse me, for P3. But here you go. William McLaughlin up and away in the top cart, was struggling a little bit there further on, or further back in the Masters, but in the Supermasters, uncontested for the time being. Then it's the new gen of Tom Stevens, just trying to start to put the pressure on further back in the 8s. Quick update, actually, as we've heard from our producer, Ian Boley. Looks like it was the helmet issues we saw there was some kind of... looks like a head sock issue. I'm not sure if it either dropped down too much and got over the eyes, or if it was, yeah, it could have creeped up as well. But regardless, was trying to adjust that helmet because the head sock was out of position. But the big one here, AJ Lund, after that phenomenal drive, disqualified at the scales for what I could only imagine is being underweight. So one of the best drives we've seen, unfortunately, has an asterisk tapped onto it, but he will be disqualified for that, and I think will be sent to the back of the grid once again for the main event. 1 pound too light.
Wow. Okay. I've seen a lot of things today, but 1 pound too light. That is heartbreaking. And for those of you who may be saying, okay, well, what is he supposed to weigh going through? Well, in the IKC in the class, you are supposed to weigh in that category a wonderful weight of 365 pounds is what you need to weigh in the 206 senior category, which means he weighed 364, and that is kart and driver combined. So 1 pound difference. We said he ate his Wheaties. Apparently he ate 1 pound, not enough, or he used the bathroom before racing, which may have been a bigger problem. Maybe he should have used the bathroom after the heat.
You know, I was going to talk about this earlier, Brad, but I think a part of the issue of where the timing stripe is versus where the start zone is you can get these very close calls for when the twin sticks comes out. Like you are 1 second off pace, like too fast, and you're past the line, and then all of a sudden you've got to do an entire extra lap. That's an entire extra lap of fuel you're going through. Blake Nash during one of the Winter Series races had a very similar issue at Orlando earlier on this year. Was I think half a pound underweight, and the guy who was on pole position had to start the main event from the back of the field. And he said, I've talked to him at K1 circuit in California every single weekend since then, and he said the ritual now has always been half a gallon more in the tank. I just need to give myself that extra cushion just so I'm not even making the risk of going underweight, right? So it's the little things to do to make sure you don't get rung up at the scales like that. But that is heartbreak for AJ Lund. Looking back on track, though, William McLaughlin up and away, 1.7 the gap. And the two Stevens going out. Joseph Stevens fastest right now, 48.506, trying to get away around Tom here as we work our way out of turn number 4 towards Daytona.
Heading towards Daytona we go. This is where you remember the fact that they share a last name, Stevens, and that is something to remember here because they're going to race clean, they're going to race fair, but it's going to be the same thing we always see at MCC, of course, with the Kutcher brothers, is they tend to race very, very hard. We've seen contact between them absolutely shake things up before. Stevens here, well, could be a bit of the same as they go and head down the front stretch. McLaughlin 48.291 to a 49.430 for Tom Stevens. That's a big pace difference.
Yeah, for sure. And that being said, these two battling with each other doesn't necessarily help the Delta either. So being unbothered out in front, definitely an advantage as well for Willie McLaughlin. But if Joseph Stevens thinks he has the pace to potentially close that gap to William McLaughlin, he's got to make that move way sooner rather than later. You can see that kind of arrow tuck we're seeing from Joseph, not to the full scale, but he definitely seems like he's trying to like mash that helmet against the steering wheel. The manual DRS, if you will, trying to make that straight line speed as high as humanly possible. But a good battle here between both of the Stevens. This could be a good opportunity, but you see Tom just going a little bit to the right of the racetrack there to try and cover any dive. Joseph, that is just holding both of them up right now. That's why now the gap from them to McLaughlin up to nearly 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of see the helmet tuck from Joseph Stevens. Typically in younger categories, the helmet tuck is the go-to, but typically in categories like Master, Supermaster, it's the lean that you see. It's the knees will go up to the steering wheel, beside the steering wheel, and you lay yourself back, and it has the same effect. So that's what I would expect to see really here in the Master, Supermaster categories, but it's not what we're seeing. What we are about to see is a possible pass. There is Joseph Stevens, great run out of the final corner, heading down for what should be like a 5 to go signal, if we want to call it that here. Roughly, if I'm guesstimating my times, and I never claimed to be good at math, so it could be 2 to go, but McLaughlin crossed the line with, I think like 53, 54 seconds left to go. So we'll see where McLaughlin crosses the line next time through. Got 5.5 seconds, by the way, to McLaughlin as he is heading out of the starting line through that 120, now back through the left 180, and then heading back into the right 180. Stevens and Stevens behind keep battling.
Could be twin sticks coming out next time by. This is going to be another buzzer beater from McLaughlin, but is able to get there. Last time by for William, 48.906. 9.790 from both Stevens here further back, so nearly a full second up. And William McLaughlin has unlocked the pace. And this numero uno top cart has been looking so strong. A little bit of drama in the KA division for himself. Had to work a little bit early on as well after contact, but has done a very good job in working himself back to the pointy end of the field in both classes. And it's not easy to do double duty, especially when you're talking about two completely different engine packages, two completely different categories. You gotta recognize different braking points. You're carrying such different levels of speed. It's a different weight from kart to kart, so the kart itself acts completely differently on corner entry, under rotation. So really good heads-up driving here from William McLaughlin, uncontested right now, and nearly 7 seconds now the gap between himself and Tom Stevens.
That gap, definitely a great position to be in here for the 206 Supermasters run for William McLaughlin, as he is a lap and a half away from the go. He just needs to do a lap and a half of great running here. And you see Joseph Stevens tucking a bit more here, leaning forward, trying to find pace to get back here to Tom and wanting to try to find a pass, taking a different line, Tom versus Joseph, as they come through, coming to the white flag. 1 lap to go here. William McLaughlin will hit the line right now, and the gap back behind, well, it is 6.7 seconds. 6.7. I didn't say it. There's a point in the middle there. And 3/4 of a lap will separate McLaughlin here from the go, having a good look. And for Joseph, he's closed back to the back of Tom through the first half of the lap.
Here we go. Battle from the Stevens not over right now, as Joseph has one final really good opportunity here. Coming out of Daytona into the first 180. It's just not close enough to make that move stick just yet. He's got a really good run here, but again is electing to maybe wait until the final corner here. Could be a last corner run. Has a little bit of a look to the insides. Tom New covered down low. It'll be a drag race to the line. Willie McLaughlin will take P1. Who's going to take P2 as they come to the line? Tom Stevens, just by a hair, going to get it over Joseph Stevens. Mark Cirk making out your field of 4.
What a great go there for him to end up in the win for William McLaughlin. Tom and Joseph, they're going to have some great battles here coming up. But we have one more class left of pre-final action here. 7 minutes plus 2 laps for the 206 juniors is what's separating us from a race and a dinner break and a finals. And of course, if you're here on facility while that's happening, Kid Kart briefing is at 7:05 p.m. with their first time practice going and starting at 7:20 p.m. So make sure if you are participating in Kid Kart, you keep in mind that. If you're on facility, enjoy some food, enjoy some kids learning how to drive here in Kid Kart, because that is a very, very unique experience, I gotta say. And well, it's 206 juniors. It'll be rolling out in about 2 minutes. And now, kick off this final go here before things set off onto a dinner break and we get ready for finals here. 206 Junior starting heat. Let's talk about it here. Jeju Siva Kumar, Nolan Wade up at the front with Lance Gerald and Maxon Klebe, 3rd and 4th. Tyler Nash Turner in 5th. Blake Bachma in 6th. Eli Marsh, Owen Boca, Henry Tyler, and Maximus Seward. They're your top 10 in the 206 Junior category. Jackson, I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it once. 206 juniors, they were fireworks in qualifying. This whole weekend has been fireworks so far. What else can I say about 206 juniors?
I think if anyone wants to make a run here on the new gen guys and Siva Kumar, it's got to be right here and right now. I really want to see two people you got to look at here. Nolan Wade in the 99 immediately needs to really put the pressure on at the drop of the green. We've seen that outside line parry to the inside for the following 180. Could absolutely make a run there. And then further back, Jared in the 6, absolutely possible for him to make a run on the inside, potentially push through and maybe get the bumper on Siva Kumar to maybe make a run as well. Tyler Nash Turner, you can't count out as well in the 842. 7 minutes, 2 minutes on the clock. Like it's Brad, it's anyone's game.
That it is, but I think it's going to be such a good race here as we get through and get ready. Green flag's out and we're racing. Turn 1 is going to be crazy, and that it is. Side by side, up to the go. It's the inside line getting a great run, but inside turns to outside for turn 2 here heading along. They hold side by side up in the front. You see a lot of look over, everyone trying to find a place to put in, and a little bit of argy-bargy side by side, 3rd through 5th. They all sorted out here, but heading down into turn 1 on the line, Jiju Siva Kumar retains the lead on the race start.
Lance Jared will drop Tyler Nash Turner up 2 positions in that 842. Max and Cleve dropping 1 as well. I think Maximus Seward maybe in the 49, able to get just a couple more further back as well. That's a great exit from Nolan Wade there. Could he put the pressure on early on Siva Kumar? A-Max versus New Gen as we head our way into the first of the 180s. Not able to make a move stick just yet. You got Tyler Nash Turner on an archipelago, a little bit equidistant from the 2 battles here. Another monster exit there. Siva Kumar able to plant and launch out of turn number 8 and out of turn 9. And in the run to the line, now it's Nolan Wade who has to defend from Tyler Nash Turner. Where on earth did that run come from? From TNT in the 842 is all over the rear bumper of Nolan Wade.
Man, I wish I had an answer for what is happening and where it's coming from, because this is some great hard-fought battling that's happening here all the way along for these drivers as they go. This is just continuing to build pressure, and Siva Kumar, I hate to say it, you're about to feel the pressure here as the fight continues its way up and down. It is just going to keep closing to Siva Kumar more and more and more and more and more. And that's exactly what needs to happen. Wade and Nash Turner side by side. They are swapping positions here. 2nd place, 5 minutes left to go. Further back in the field, you've got some swappy rounds for 7th and 8th. Tyler Nash Turner up into 2nd. Nolan Wade holds 3rd. Max Klebe up to 4th. And Lance Gerald down to 5th. And then Bachma and Tyler, they're still battling it out at the back of the field.
That might have been the move of the night from Tyler Nash Turner. Was able to basically survive 3 switchbacks on the outside to take that position away from the 99 of Nolan Wade. But you saw that point of the helmet, tap of the helmet and the point forward, trying to get a little bit of help now from that a little bit further back to close that gap to Jiju Siva Kumar. 0.806. The gap last time around, but the guy who set the purple lap just a couple of go bouts further back, looking to close that gap to the man who already has a KA 100 junior win under his belt. And that gap is closing now by a 10th and a half now, 0.660 now, separating 1st and 2nd. Nolan Wade staying with him. Just a hair further back, Max and Cleve, Lance Jared, Maximus Seward, Eli Marsh. This massive freight train you just see coming to view there for the first hairpin, trying to close this gap to what is now what we can officially call a 3-kart battle for the lead.
And that 3-kart battle for the lead continuing to work its way along here, up and down. This is just going to keep making such a great battle for these 3. Siva Kumar, Tyler Nash Turner, Nolan Wade, they are not stopping at all. And then Klebe, Gerald, Seward, they are not done at all here. 3.5 minutes left to go in this heat, and they're racing like it's the final lap still all the way through for these top drivers. Let's see here, Nash Turner not looking to make a move yet. You've got Siva Kumar and Wade sitting 1st and 3rd, and Nash Turner seems to just be holding, ooh, a big bump to the rear there from Nash Turner to Siva Kumar. I think Siva Kumar slowed way up, and Nash Turner wasn't expecting him to. Big bump, the hand got thrown up, and now it's tuck and run. Down the backstretch they go.
I think a little bit of frustration maybe from Juju there. Yes, he might not be thrilled with the way that Tyler's driving him right now, but he's building that gap between Nolan Wade, maybe trying to break away to make it a two-kart battle. Let's see, what's the move if you're Tyler Nash Turner? Do you try and build this gap and continue to push Juju? Or do you try to take the point and lead this field with 2.5 minutes to go? That wasn't the place to make it work. Dude, too tight, too technical for Tyler to make that top kart stick for P1. And as much as Tyler Nash Turner has to attack, he's got to defend as well. Nolan Wade trying to get in the party, but I think that 99 also a little bit reserved. He knows that could potentially kill both of their runs at Siva Kumar here. Blue to the bumper, out of Daytona. What's the move? Still staying in line. Big slide there through the first of the 180s and into the final two corners. That's a lot of momentum killed. That's given the advantage back to the 808.
That advantage coming back to the 808 is going to be so important. But look at the run from the 842 out of the final corner down to the line. That is going to help improve quite a bit here as they cross the line. 1:45 left to go. Now Nash Turner right to the back of Siva Kumar. It seems like it really depends. On one half of the track, it's swinging Blake Nash Turner. On the other half of the track, it's swinging Siva Kumar and Wade, and it's just back and forth. So it's all about how can you set up and hold yourself through these sectors that you are not the best at to make a run in the sectors you are the best at. Right here is the answer down the inside, and it's going to be Tyler Nash Turner moving to the inside. Can he squeeze inside to outside? Siva Kumar looks, goes wide, is going to try to swing it back through the inside, parks the bus on the apex. Somehow, Juju Siva Kumar holds the lead.
Able to parry that move from the inside and turn it into the outside, and now it's Tyler Nash Turner under fire. Oh, late look from Nolan Wade there, tried to make that move for P2. Backed out of it into turn number 1. So for Tyler Nash Turner, he's going to have to gather it back up and try again. I'm not sure if this lap is looking to maybe be the one. He is already so far back, and I'm not sure if Nolan Wade wants to play teammate and help that man go through, because he knows that that top kart in front of him could take off the moment he's got clean air. This is another really good run. Manual DRS from Tyler Nash Turner, mashing that helmet against the steering wheel, trying to maximize that straight line speed. Not able to make that move yet as they work their way through the 180s. Juju Siva Kumar, middle of the track there, just trying to make that new gen machine as wide as humanly possible. And with the twin sticks coming out next time by, it's been working, Brad.
That it has here. 5 seconds left to go on the clock. 3 laps to go is where we will sit. And that is exactly what Siva Kumar wants to hear. 3 laps to go. Let it be, let it breathe, and let's see how it can play out here. Nash Turner, great run through Daytona, right to the rear bumper here of Siva Kumar. Peeks to the inside, goes for it to the inside. Nope, comes back into line. We've seen that trick once. It didn't work. Let's not do it the same thing again. Is going to settle into the line here. We'll be coming along here. 2 laps to go this time by. Will be the call coming into the final corner. That gap opens a little bit more. This half of the track is where Siva Kumar and Wade are so strong, but Nash Turner does so well heading through and out of Daytona.
Yeah, and I think he backed out of that move in Daytona because he knew not only could Juju have swung back, but that could have allowed Nolan Wade maybe to take P2 away. So if I'm Tyler Nash Turner, I think it's set up a run, wait after Daytona, and then it's going to be in the final 180s that you're going to make that move stick. Nolan Wade, though, is sick of waiting. He wants to make that run for P2 right now. Siva Kumar down to the paint will try to defend. Nolan Wade to the high side will try and swing it wide, but will get blocked by Tyler Nash Turner. Here we go into the 180s. For the penultimate time. White flag coming out this time by. What's the move going to be for Tyler Nash Turner? Oh, late lunge. Look at this. Nolan Wade trying to make that move stick for P2. They're going to drag it out. This will immediately give Juju Siva Kumar the gap. Still locking horns. Who's going to be into turn 1? Nash Turner still hanging on to it.
1 lap to go here, and somehow things have absolutely went sideways all the way up and down the go here, and that is not what I expected here. Sivakumar holds the lead. Nash Turner holds second. Nolan Wade is going to hold third through Daytona. Sivakumar has about a half-second gap back behind. Little bit of wiggles there between Nash Turner and Wade. Not sure what happened there between the two, but as they head down into the hairpin, this is where things are getting absolutely crazy. Half a lap left to go, and this is going to be amazing. For Jiju Sivakumar, it's just breathe and hold on has been the name of the game. Make some great defense, and in the end, he is going to bring it across to win the 206 Junior Heat. And in second place will be Tyler Nash Turner, absolutely fighting it hard. Nolan Wade will find third. Maximus Seward in fourth. Max and Klebe in fifth. Lance Gerald, Eli Marsh, Blake Bachma, Owen Boca, and Henry Tyler, your 10 carts that take this on. Jiju Sivakumar's transponder not registering for the final lap, but Jiju Sivakumar was the cart in front. That is 206 Junior Heat done. That is all of our heats done. I tell you what, if that's how 7 minutes of racing goes, I don't know how I'm going to survive 12 plus 2. And we have to do all this again starting at 8:25 pre-grid for 206 Masters. Kid carts are getting ready to go out. I got to ask, Jackson, final thoughts before we take the dinner break.
I don't know if my heart can handle 12 minutes of that. We'll have to wait and see. But man, that last one really played into Juju's hands. I think what he was hoping for the whole time was whoever was in third to make that move for P2. And immediately you saw that advantage for Juju the minute Nolan popped out of line and made that dive for second. So a lot of lessons to be learned. We'll see how that dynamic changes as we get into the main event, not just for this, but for all 9 of our classes tonight.
We're going to take a step aside here for the dinner break, not the lunch break. Gotta get used to night racing. And when we come back, it is going to be 12 minutes plus 2 laps for all of our classes in the order they were, kicking it off with 206 Masters. They pre-grid at 8:25 p.m., on track at 8:35. So let's say we'll see you about 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. If you're on the West Coast, it's 5:30 p.m. So, yeah, we'll be back in about an hour. Don't go anywhere here on Kart Chaser. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race-ready training that carries into real life.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for the finals here in Whiteland, Indiana, in the K1 circuit here. It is time for racing under the lights here for the first time in 2026. It's round 3 of the Indy Karting Challenge, and we are kicking things off with 206 Masters here for 12 minutes plus 2 laps of finals. It's Chad King, Steven Taylor, Todd Albertson, and Jesse Bullock that'll be rolling off for 12 minutes plus 2 laps. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here in the booth, joined by Jackson Lambros. And Jackson, we still have the threat of rain that we've talked about all day. We ran through the pre-finals. We had some amazing runnings. And, well, now it's time for 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action to absolutely shake everything up. Who needs the road tax drivers when we can race under the lights in Whiteland, Indiana? 3 karts lined up here for your 206 Masters. Chad King and Steven Taylor. We saw what happened in the pre-final. We saw how that battle went through, and let's see how it goes in the final. Green flag flying. We're side by side through turn 1, and let's see how that outside line works to the inside of turn 2. Does it work through for Taylor? It looks like it does. It looks like we are going to swap leaders here at the race start. Let's see if that gap can be built along here. 11 minutes is a long time to really hold this gap. And I tell you what, it's a gorgeous sunset here looking out in Whiteland, Indiana. As long as you don't look towards the north. Don't look to the north, and you are pretty well doing okay. That is what I'm going to tell you. And it is a great battle all the way through. Here in the front, they're still fairly close packed here for the top 2, and it's going to probably stay that way for 10.5 minutes. Because here's the thing to remember. This is 12 minutes plus 2 laps of action. You need to survive the whole way. The good news of this is that you don't have to race again tomorrow. We're not doing a Saturday-Sunday split through. This is just a Saturday night and be done with it. So you can push a little bit more, and you can be a little bit more willing to, how do I say, wear yourself out knowing that you get to sleep in the morning. But you still have to be careful with it at the same time, because if you're not, you're going to just put yourself in a bigger pickle, and you can over push and really get yourself in trouble near the end of this race. 8 minutes to go, which is plenty of time here in the 206 Masters. These are very smart drivers that know how to pick the moment when it's right. They know how to push and get the most out of their equipment, and they know what is at stake when it's all said and done. Of course, remember, if you're looking at that championship here for the 206 Masters, we look at those overall standings. Remember the names that aren't here today. Troy Toney being one of them, who swept both rounds 1 and 2, is not here. That should give Chad King a very clear jump up into the championship points here, depending on how everything else goes. Jesse Bullock holding third. Tyler DeMann ran third last time out, didn't run round 1. Try to say that 5 times fast. And isn't here today. Tom Harleman, Evan McCorkadale, Nick Bailey, Jason Irvin, Jared Spansel. Those are the 9 drivers in 206 Masters that have taken on this circuit here. The fact that Troy Toney is not here, the 444, is big for the championship. And of course, remember, we get drop rounds here through, but when you don't have someone here in a 12-round run early on in round 3 and you're Chad King, your thoughts need to go to, what can I do to maximize the fact that they're not here to make this be one of my weekends that counts? Yeah, it's really looking good for him here for King versus Taylor. And I think right now this is going to be a settling through and holding along, and just don't think about the fact that there's someone behind you. Don't let that affect the way you race. Keep running your go, keep running your rhythm, just keep your way through, and in the end, it is all going to be okay. That is really, if you are leading right now, that is the thought, is don't even think about the fact that there's a cart behind you, because you'll throw yourself off. You want to look every once in a while, like we do see some glimpses over the shoulders here towards Chad King, and think about, you know, where is he at behind me, but you don't want it to make a big change in what you're doing, because if you do that here, if you are Steven Taylor, it is going to make a big difference. And remember, Steven Taylor picked up a jump start penalty in the pre-final. So for Steven Taylor, this is all about redemption and driving clean here in that number 13 cart as they go through the final corner. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left to go. Still plenty of action. Every lap they take around, the sun goes a little bit further beyond the horizon. The sky gets a little more of that purplish, violet, pinkish hue. And then also the clouds are still there, kind of just maying everything if you look the other way. The wind is still there and picking up, but it is still great racing here in Whiteland, Indiana. Both of them looking really good as well. So whoever does get that win, it's going to be very well deserved. And you bring up the multi-class racing and kind of mixing up classes in karting. I think we just need to put every class of kart on the track all at once and have them run like a 3-hour race. Like, I think we just need to do that here. You know, forget IMSA, forget WEC. I know Le Mans next week, but come on. Why don't we have like the 24 hours of karting going through? And I know that is a thing in some places. That they do run some endurance series, maybe not 24 hours, but like 6 hours, 3 hours, team events, stuff like that. But, you know, when you sit down and you look at the classes of karts, and I've done this a lot lately, trying to pick out getting into racing and what class would I want to run? What would I want to do? Do I want to run KA and the IME engine package? Do I want to run that tried and true, well-known Briggs 206 package? What is the goal here? What do I want to do? Do I want to run karting here? Do I want to run dirt track karting? I mean, there's so many different avenues you can go down, and it's also varianced. So when you have the option for multi-class stuff, you have to kind of watch it a little bit, because I mean, just imagine if we put them on with the cadets. You put masters and cadets together. Actually, I think that'd be some pretty good racing. I'm not gonna lie. I might have just cooked. I might have just came up with something there. If he is going to make the move, it definitely is going to be now here as they go. And you see King settled in there. I hate to say it there, but really settled in and definitely feeling, I want to say feeling pretty good in second place. I don't want to say that he's, you know, enjoying it, but I think he's feeling somewhat comfortable right now on the go. He's starting to close the gap into the white flag. We kind of knew in Masters that this was going to be the game that would be played. A lot of just holding on to it until 2 to go and then letting it be. He's got 1 lap to try to make a difference here for Chad King. White flag comes out, 1 lap to go. We love waving the white flag, and let's see what happens here for the final in 206 Masters under the lights. No checkered flag jacket at the checkered flag this time, but a great run there for Steven Taylor. Chad King in second. Todd Albertson will come around about 40 seconds back for third place. That's 1 final done. We have 206 cadets next, and then we got a treat for you. We'll have kid karts out on track as well after for their final. They get a very short little 5-minute final here to go through, and they get to enjoy some under the lights time. But coming up next, Well, drink you a Paracasso. It's going to be a late night here. 206 Cadets will be coming at you momentarily with James Fox, Kyler Hendrickson, and Reed Crampton, the 3 karts that'll be taking things out. And karts are rolling on track here. Again, grab you a Paracasso if you're tired. And, well, don't be tired because it's a long night coming up here of great racing. And honestly, the racing might energize you enough, but drink a Paracasso anyways. James Fox, Kyler Hendrickson, Reed Crampton, these 3 206 cadets for 12 minutes plus 2 laps. Jackson, I got to ask you, what's going to be the big key here if you want to get past James Fox in this 206 category? Absolutely, I agree with that, and well, we'll see how it goes. And one of the things I love about cadet karts here at Whiteland is they tend to do really well about keeping things rolling well in to the grid. They don't tend to overspeed through, which is something we see at other tracks where they're in such a rush to get going that they forget to slow it down for the grid. Into the tram lines we go here. James Fox, Kyler Hendrickson, Reed Crampton. Again, Kyler Hendrickson, the sole kart there to the left-hand side. How's that going to play out? Green flag is out, and it's defense early on already from James Fox. Cutting over, holding off Kyler, and already maintaining the lead here to kick things off through the final corners to head towards the timing line. amazing gap to see here already forming, but here's the thing. It's a long race to get through. You gotta hold on the whole time. You can't just run away early. You gotta be able to maintain that for the full 12 minutes plus 2 laps. And we've seen heartbreak happen time and time again in many a race here in Whiteland. Mechanical failures with just laps and seconds to go can take things away. I mean, we're in Le Mans season. I'm going to bring it up. Toyota, less than 5 minutes from the win in Le Mans, and it fails. I hate to bring up that heartbreak because I almost cried that day. I was so upset with that. I was so excited for Toyota to win. But that's the nature of racing. And, well, here's the thing. You got to be smooth and consistent the entire time. And, well, sometimes that's an easier said than done moment here. But Fox right now looking very, very strong. And in this young category, having that pace, that smoothness, that consistency can make all the difference. Well, I mean, think about it. When you talk about the accessibility of a 206, I mean, you mentioned Harbor Freight. I'm going to very quickly just fact check myself here on the cost of a 206 engine at Harbor Freight. See, so a 206 Harbor Freight, a 212cc Ghost Harbor Freight engine, Predator racing engine, specifically sold as set for racing, at my Harbor Freight is like $500. So, I mean, let's be honest. That is one of those things that, and I mean, as someone who has recently really looked into this, I will tell you right now, the biggest thing that hurts is the wallet. The wallet determines all in karting. And you got to remember, a lot of these younger drivers, it's not them paying for it. Do you think the cadet drivers are the ones paying for the chassis, for the motor, for the engines? You know, it is family, it is funded, it is friends, it is sponsored. So the lower you can make that barrier to entry, the more talent you can find. And that is, you know, there's drivers, again, just it's Monaco weekend. Think about the number of drivers who try to get into formula racing who can't do it because of the barrier of the pocketbook. Absolutely, and I'm loving seeing the expansion because as someone who lives 2.5 hours away from their closest track, that arrive and drive option is very appealing to me because it makes more sense for me than anything else would. Right now on track here, Fox, Hendrickson, they are showing a lot of skill right now, I have to say, for these young drivers. Gap 12.9 seconds, Fox to Hendrickson. Crampton, 42 seconds back from Fox, but still continuing to find great lap times right now. That is the main thing. Yes, that gap is opening, but last time through, Reed Crampton put in the fastest lap Reed Crampton's put in all day. And, you know, when you're in that position, and you're a younger driver here, that is important as we see actually lapping right now. James Fox trying to lap Reed Crampton, and this is a unique experience. We don't typically get to see this, but coming through down the inside, there's the pass, and now here's what happens for Reed Crampton. You get a little bit of time behind James Fox to kind of see what James Fox is doing different, what you can incorporate different, what makes the track look different. Some of this could just be age. Again, remember, this 206 cadet category spans a pretty wide age gap, going from age 8 to 12. So it could genuinely be a case of just the age difference is the pace difference. Yeah, I don't think he'd have too much of an issue, to be honest with you. Just looking at the pace that he's carrying, how he's doing, this is a driver that very much has the skill set that is needed to just absolutely run this through. So I'm very, very impressed with what I'm seeing here all the way along for James Fox. This is a driver that I think is going to have a very, very strong career, and we should definitely keep an eye on into the future. With that being said, though, has to get through 15 seconds plus 2 laps of action here. It's hard to believe it's been 12 minutes already for these kid karts as they've been finding time. They've been continuing through. Kyler Hendrickson continuing to try to find additional time. Is doing well on pace, I have to say, for Kyler Hendrickson. But I think, unfortunately, just that early pace difference really being what sort of allowed that gap between James Fox and Kyler Hendrickson to build. And unfortunately, sometimes in karting, once a gap is there, there is no way for you to close it. One lap to go for James Fox here. 20 seconds the gap and maintaining. Doing a great job here of representing James Fox, a driver with tons of good experience. A driver that I think we really need to keep our eyes on in this 206 Cadet. The points lead might be to Jackson McNeely right now, but for James Fox, this will be the 5th win on the championship card going through. It was 5th place in the finals last time out. A heartbreak at the end of round 2. That's being redeemed here at the end of round 3. No Jackson McNeely to show up, and when Jackson McNeely comes back, next time there's a big challenge because there's a new boss in town, and it's going to be James Fox hunting down the double checkers, is going to win 206 Cadet. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here, kit karts are done, and let's get back into some of the crazy racing here. Kit kart's having a great time there. Remember, that is where the future of karting truly can start. You never know, you might see those names winning in Vegas or internationally one day, but they got to start somewhere. And well, when you can get kit karts rolling and get them some time under the lights and on the cameras, that is always a great place to do it. KA Juniors are staged up here in the starting grid, and let's take a look at how that grid is going to fall. Jordan LePen, Gigi Sivakumar up in the front with Ed Tamaru, Tyler Nash-Turner, Blake Martinez, Nolan Wade. It's myself, Brad Dalton, here, joined by Jackson Lambros. And I'll tell you what, Jackson, this class is going to be exciting. And as the drivers are setting up here to go through, we'll take a look here and see our starting grid here. Jackson getting the mic plugged back in. You know, it's that old IT saying, if you try turning it off and back on again, every once in a while, we even have to do that here at Kart Chaser. Jordan LePen, Gigi Sivakumar get rolling. And I tell you what, even in the time of this going, it really is a great one to watch and see how it goes, because of the fact that it's nighttime here. Look at how dark it's gotten here, Jackson, if you're back with us. And I mean, it's very impressive just how dark it's gotten here on the track.
Very curious as to how much that's evolved on track and just how different it feels, right? You know, we've had some pretty high grip spots on track thanks to the Rhino liner. But the remainder of the track here, I mean, it's got it. Well, I was going to say it feels like night and day, but quite literally, right? The difference in temperature definitely going to make this a much more raceable surface, I would like to believe. But as we mentioned, AMAX front row lockout following up that phenomenal run in the heats. Tyler Nash-Turner, Ed Tamaru, Blake Martinez, Nolan Wade going to try and bring that fight to the pink and black out in front.
And by the way, just to give you an idea of the temperature, it was near 90 degrees when we went live at the top of the broadcast with qualifying. It is currently sitting 78 degrees air temp. We've lost 10 degrees since we started, but I tell you what, the racings went up at least 100. Green flag is out. KA Juniors are racing side by side up the front here as we go through the corner. Everyone holds on. Big swerve through. That's one of the things I was worried about with Knight. Watch your vision there, because you almost took out a teammate in the front.
Moving over to the clear visor, some of them staying tinted, and that's hurt the visibility. Tyler Nash-Turner with a big send there in that top cart further back. Who has gotten to the line at first? Sivakumar smelling exhaust for the first time tonight in KA Junior. Will maybe play rear gunner here as Jordan LePen looks to maybe take off. That was actually Tamaru in that further up top cart, a little bit further back as Nash-Turner tries to fend off from Martinez. This is very similar to our picture during the first heat, though. Great start from LePen. Sivakumar kind of trying to play rear gunner, and before he knew it, he didn't really have the opportunity to really make that run on LePen. But you look at how much these guys have maybe had the kart set up for these conditions for a long run over the course of a cold track, cold ambient temperature, and low temps on the racing surface. I think Sivakumar has got that 808 dialed in. That could be the case right now because he is putting the pressure on early right now on LePen.
That is how I would set up the kart. If I was in this scenario, I'm setting up for the final where all the marbles are, the 12-minute run, and making the points count. That is really what I'm gearing towards. And if it hurts me a little bit in qualifying, so be it. That is just my opinion. Down the inside, Gigi Sivakumar with a great move there on the teammate of Jordan LePen, able to move up into the front. That 808 kart is dialed in like it's trying to be the #1 kart. And as it comes across the line here, heading towards turn 1, he certainly will be. Gigi Sivakumar will take the lead here. 10 minutes left to go. We typically talk about, waiting till the last couple minutes, waiting till half distance, waiting till 2 to go, 1 to go, those big checkpoints in a race. No, Siva Kumar said, oh, there's 10 minutes left to go. I'm just going to take the lead now. Adios, goodbye, see you later. But now you got to defend it for 10 minutes. That's the harder part.
808 setting the tempo here. Jordan Lepine trying to give chase. A little bit of a late drag to the middle of the racetrack, then a big flick in from Siva Kumar. Grip might be actually a premium here as these guys are trying to get their tires up to temperature. Siva Kumar maybe going a little bit more rapid on the inputs there, still trying to keep that heat circulated. Again, not a lot of times you're using the brake, and that will really hurt them as they're trying to heat up the tires here. As well, I mean, they don't have that one massive heat generator sitting on the rear axle to help circulate that heat as well. We knew it was going to be AMAX. We knew they were going to be strong, but it's a flipped script of what we saw in the heat right now. Siva Kumar, who looked very strong as well in the 206s, I believe is on pole as well for 206 Senior coming up to wrap our evening up. He's looking very strong right now, but Jordan Lepine not going to let Juju go off into this Indiana sunset.
Not at all. And as the track gets darker, things get brighter in this race. Right nose to tail heading into turn 1. They go Siva Kumar and Lepine. They are very much just keeping things close now. This is where I gotta wonder if there's not a little bit of that teammate niceties coming into play here of saying, all right, teammate, you passed me, but we'll hang out for a little bit. We'll let it be. No sense in anything crazy happening. Through Daytona, the run down the back stretch. Here we go, dive to the inside. That is Jordan Lepine looking for a move through. Juju Siva Kumar will hold the inside line and defend, parks the bus in the middle. He does so great in the second sector. Juju Siva Kumar from the run out of Daytona all the way towards turn 1 just seems to have that kart dialed in, but that slipstream out of Daytona is so strong. If the 817 of Jordan Lepine can find a way to take advantage of that, get that nose a little bit closer, and force the issue there out of turn 7, I think that the pass could be made. But it's proving to be getting there. This is closer than it was last lap. Let's see this lap. Is there a move? Peek to the inside this time. Can Siva Kumar defend it? Is to the outside, holds it to the side, is going to try to hold the inside line now. Heading through 8 and does defend it. Look at that. 2 laps in a row. Same thing, same frustration. What can Juju Siva Kumar keep doing to keep that up? Because eventually he's not going to be able to defend that.
I think he's done a really good job of keeping it open coming out of turn 7. That first corner coming out of Daytona, not only is he basically going all the way to the outside, left-hand side of that long sweeping right-hander, that immediately sets him up to cover down low. But crucially, he's letting Jordan go down low on the inside of turn 7 here, because that immediately will parry it, right? The outside becomes the inside, and he can get on through for that run into the final corner. Penn knows that. He's going to wait maybe a couple more corners to strike. Now goes down low into turn number 8. We'll go side by side. Siva Kumar still able to parry it on the final corner. Who's going to be able to plant and launch on the run back to the front straightaway? Good heads-up driving. Juju and Siva Kumar not able to be denied.
That was close. That was heart and throat close here, and now it's nose to tail bumper. 6.5 minutes left to go. We're not even half race distance, and these two are racing like it's the season finale all the way at the end of our IKC season. So let's see how this goes this time around here. Just roll the dice. Let's try it again here. There's a bit more of a gap this time through than there has been. And you can see that time through, it doesn't look like a move from Jordan Lepine. Juju Siva Kumar able to breathe a little bit easier this time. And by the way, if you're asking, okay, well, how far does this go? Your season goes way down into the season. If I can double check my exact schedule, I will tell you how far this season goes. Goes all the way to the 31st of October. All the way to Halloween is when we run till. We are only round 3 right now of 12. And you got to think, your championship runs all the way to the end of October, but every point counts here, especially when it's a one and done weekend like it is this weekend, like it is next weekend. You got to make it count.
Pink, black, and yellow colors. Here's the move again for Lepine. Gonna try and make it stick. Still overlap. Siva Kumar still to the inside. He's nearly in the grass here as we try to make this move stick. Again, Jordan Lepine just cannot make it work, though. And again, carbon copy of what we saw a couple laps ago. Tried to swing it low into turn 8. Siva Kumar able to flip the script and get back through as the inside becomes the outside for that final corner. And it's just been Jordan Lepine. The only adjustment has just been driving it more aggressive in that final sector. Is a move right there, that right-handed hairpin before the run to Daytona. Could we see a move there from Lepine? Because as of right now, I don't think anything in this part of the racetrack is gonna stick. And for the guys at New Gen Motorsports right now watching on, they're watching their first and second place drivers right now with bated breath, hoping that they don't tangle with one another. But these guys still looking for a breakthrough victory to try and reignite their championship hopes early on in this season. They are not thinking big picture though. They want to walk home with the trophy.
That they do, and that is what you've got to have in your mind every single time you get on track. Think about that trophy. Think about that end of season run, because that is what we need to see, and that is really what secures you. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Coming into the darkest part of the track here through, and you could see the look that came around from Jordan Lepine, and then ducking back around there, not making the move, but certainly wanted to, and then thought better of it there on the end. 3 minutes, 45 seconds left to go, and these top two not giving each other any breathing room. And by the way, they're 2.5 seconds ahead of Ed Tamarud. So, why do I bring that up? Because if they start battling and they start having some contact, they, get the argy-bargy, the elbows out, whatever phrase you want to use for racing that is always very charged, Ed Tamarud could steal this one.
Oh man, Siva Kumar, middle of the track there, tried to defend. Lepine went with him, nearly pushed him into the braking zone there. But again, for Jordan Lepine, that red and white helmet a little bit further back, it is just study session, trying to figure out any way you could really make something stick here. Turn number one, we haven't really seen too many unless you're pretty much ahead, just barely to have a nose ahead there. You might be able to make a move stick here. Into turn 5 here, this right-handed hairpin, it's difficult. It's got to be a very late move. It's got to be really late on the brakes, and it's got to be aggressive. I think the more we're looking at this, Brad, it's got to be this part of the racetrack. But Lepine has tried time and time again. He has not been able to make a move stick. We'll see if he makes it happen. Outside, I'm liking the way Lepine's thinking right now. If it could be the outside of turn number 8, it might be able to be the inside for turn number 9. Siva Kumar knows that, pulls all that momentum though, goes a little bit offline to try and deny Lepine, but that's hurt him. It gives that door a little bit more open into turn number 1. Lepine still not able to go through.
I think Jordan Lepine needs to try to get the pass done in an unconventional spot. I think turn 5 is exactly where I would launch it, but turn 5 is such an awkward downhill bump off, like cambered in corner, not off camber, but on camber corner that can you don't really have an opportunity to do so, but he needs to find something. We need Jordan to try to force the move, trying to hold the inside here through the exit of 7, now try to switch it back through 8. This is what Jordan did a lap ago. This has the run. This is the inside and the 9. Can this be the pass? Siva Kumar will run wide. 1:40 left to go, and that is going to be for the first time the lead swap through. Siva Kumar will fall down to second, and now Siva Kumar with 1:30 plus 2 laps has to recover, has to rebound, and has to get the lead back.
Exactly what I said. Again, able to make that run around the outside into turn number 9. You might be able to hang it and dive, and that's exactly what the 817 did to get himself out into the lead. Question now, Siva Kumar in P2 for what feels like the first time tonight. Is he able to hang with Lepine? How's that clean air for Jordan right now? Can he build that gap on his new gen teammate? And is Siva Kumar able to potentially make a move back? He's got a couple laps here, maybe 3 or 4 to make it stick. He's got to put the pressure on immediately.
I'm going to call it 4 laps to go because they crossed the line with over 40 seconds to go, and a lap time is sitting at about 42. Here's bad news if you're a Siva Kumar fan. That 817 kart now in the lead. Fastest lap of the entire race for anyone last time through. 42.469 to be precise was the lap time on that 817. So you've got tons of great battles that are finding their way along here under the lights. Lepine and Siva Kumar, that battle, half a second the gap, Siva Kumar has got to rebound back in and close the gap here. Look over the shoulder from Jordan LePen as they come to the line for 3 to go this time by. Gap 0.6 of a second, and even faster still goes to 8:17 that time around. I think unfortunately for Gigi Siva Kumar, not being able to defend that move into 9 might make this a bit more challenging unless Siva Kumar has something left in the tank.
Yeah, and you're seeing right now just how much of a benefit it is for Jordan LePen clean air on the nose to get that extra even smidge of downforce to the front nose of the kart to help him, you know, push those front tires down, get that bite, and help the kart rotate mid-corner. Let's see, 0.623 last time by the gap. And another 10th there. Not a purple lap from Jordan. Gigi Siva Kumar not able to stay with him. It looks like it'll be twin sticks next time by. And Gigi Siva Kumar really needs to find something quick here to try and get to the bumper of his teammate.
Lap and a half of action left to go here. And for Gigi Siva Kumar, it is a 7/10 gap to make up. Ed Tamaru, in third, by the way, has been holding steady at around a 43 flat lap time. Has varied only about 1/10 to 1/10.5 this entire race from that 43.0 time. Very impressive consistency coming from that number 78 kart. White flag out this time through, 1 lap to go. Tyler Nash Turner in 4th, Blake Martinez in 5th, by the way. Blake Martinez out of this race in the number 38. Tyler Nash Turner in the number 24 sitting in 4th place. It looks like is about 12 seconds back from this run. Half a lap left to go here, and for LePen and Siva Kumar, what a great battle these two had the entire race. The teammates, tons of lap after lap after lap charges through this second half of the track, but it proved to be the final corner that made the difference here. And for Jordan LePen, the 8:17 is going to come through the final corner here, is going to be the winner in KA Junior here in round 3 of the Indy Karting Challenge. Under the lights, sees the double checkers, and will pick up the win with a fastest lap of 42.312, just to add to it there. Gigi Siva Kumar in 2nd. Ed Tamaru will be 3rd. Tyler Nash Turner 4th. And unfortunately, Blake Martinez out of this race in 5th.
Yeah, good late run there from Jordan LePen, able to rally and denied Siva Kumar of any chance there and build that gap in the closing stages. Purple lap to wrap things up. Your first senior winner of the night. Step aside for just a moment here. When we come back, Micro and Mini Swift here from Whiteland. Well, here we go. Multi-class madness coming your way. Here from K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana, KA Masters and KA Senior. Levi Wilbur on pole position. Will start alongside Braden Heber. Then it's Dane Van Dyke, Abraham Dean, Fisher Graham, and Willie McLaughlin flying the flag for Top Kart USA, with Danny Cutshaw rounding out your field of 7. Levi Wilbur looking really strong. And then obviously we saw that battle. Dane Van Dyke trying to close that gap as well. Some late race DQs, I believe, sidelined our drivers for the weekend. A couple of guys just being a hair underweight. That has really shaken things up. Given a lot of drivers an opportunity here. See Braden Heber, who is coming off of a phenomenal comeback drive. Again, he had some issues earlier on. So a lot of guys getting some good opportunities to capitalize, not just tonight, but in the grand scheme of this championship. We're short-staffed tonight. Some new drivers with an opportunity to get one in the win column for the first time this season. Heber, Wilbur on the front row. Are we going to see a new winner in senior and master? Let's find out. Green flag flies as we run into turn number 1. Heber not able to make that stick as Wilbur going to try and hang it around the outside. He has the nose fully ahead. Now it's Van Dyke trying to make that move, drop Heber down to P3. Can't make that happen. Out of turn 9 for the first time. Heber has a lot less cars to pass this time by. Blue suit, green helmet, green go-kart. 11 or so positions gained there to get himself to P3. That DQ put him to the front row as well. Now it's Van Dyke trying to put that pressure on. But Braden Heber coming off of a regional championship, running at Apex a couple weeks ago at NCMP. Trying to capitalize on a very late move on the brakes there from Levi Wilbur. The master on the inside, left the door open. Heber not taking it. Got Dane Van Dyke a little bit further back. Trying to go through. Wilbur really wide on exit there, making the most of the Rhino liner, just planting and launching at the apex there. Again, keeping it open on apex, not taking the open gap on exit there, like Braden Heber. Showing the advantages we've got right now on track with the clean nose. Cover down low from Heber. That's to protect from dive bomb from Van Dyke into turn 5. Out of Daytona. Good run from Heber. No move yet. No, goes very wide. I'm not sure if there was contact there, but Wilbur will immediately drop down to P3. And Dyke able to go with him for P2. And you got Heber just a little bit late there again on turn-in. Trying to cover from the dive. Dane Van Dyke. That might be a problem. I'm not entirely sure. Wilbur gonna have to gather it back up and try join this battle once again.
There's no way that slide from Wilbur was intentional. I feel like he was predicting there would be a lot more grip in the track than there actually was. Remember, the last time these karts went on track has been when the sun was up side by side. Here we go for the lead. Van Dyke looking for a move. Heber able to cover it off well, though, through the end.
Yep, backed out of it. I think that was maybe in a little bit too aggressive. We'll have to stack it up for another corner. And again, I think we're seeing a lot of guys choose to not make that move on turn 6 just because they know it could potentially come back to bite them. It's been so prone to cross, and it's been really easy if you're in the lead to essentially leave that door open, bait a dive, and in the following corner to really preserve your lead. Again, I think we're seeing a little bit of reservation from Van Dyke as well. They know Wilbur's just behind, and they don't want to make this a 3-kart battle once again if they can avoid it. The move here from Van Dyke, still staying in line for the master driver in P3. What a run it's been for Levi Wilbur, right? Been fighting for the lead early on in the heat and could make it a victory in the main event against some of the younger kids. But old guys rule, the message Levi Wilbur trying to send right now from P3. It's been a phenomenal battle for the lead. We're only a handful of minutes in here, still 8.5 minutes to go. Go 2 laps, win that timer. It's 0. Van Dyke going a little bit wider there, using a smidge of curb on entry. Not sure how much that upsets the kart. Been enough to stay in line. Looked like Van Dyke thought about a move there. Realized he didn't have the momentum and immediately tucked behind Heber. I think we saw it with Junior here, Brad. I think it's got to be the outside becoming the inside in the final 2 corners to really make a move stick for the lead.
That's absolutely what it has to be, but we'll see if they can pull that off the same way the juniors did. That's one of the unique things of the different classes. Some classes can pull moves that others can't, and it always makes me kind of question things sometimes of, you know, what is it truly that causes that? Some of it is, you know, some drivers have more skills. Some of it is the weight difference. Some of it is just pure, I don't know, voodoo karting magic. Honestly, right to the back here we go. Heber defending well. Van Dyke going to look for the move here, and Wilbur is going to take advantage to start closing that gap further, because the more these top two battle, the more that allows P3 to close in. And look at how much that gap just closed from the top two battling, allowing Wilbur to get right back up to the back of Van Dyke, who's now lost touch to Heber.
Wilbur set the fastest lap of the night in this category, 42.373. That is a third of a second up from anything we've seen on track tonight. And his reward for that, a ticket punched in a front row seat right now to this battle between Braden Heber, Dane Van Dyke. And you get the feeling that the minute one of these guys gets pushed offline, that guy a little bit further back is going to be able to pick up the scraps and mosey on through for P2. Really good momentum there out of the penultimate corner. Dane Van Dyke had nowhere to go, though. And Braden Heber continues to defend right now for the lead. We haven't seen too many moves into turn number one just yet. Could this be the main event where that potentially changes? I think you got to also consider here, Brad, Danny Cutshaw, William McLaughlin, the two masters further back, really going at it as well. They're, 2.5 seconds off pace per lap. We're just getting halfway home. It is more than possible that we have lap traffic playing into factor like what we saw earlier on for 206 Cadet, but that's going to be very close to the finish if that's the case. Oh, look at that squeeze to the outside from Heber. I think he knows what the playbook is here for Van Dyke. Go to the outside of the penultimate corner. Could be a lunge down to the inside. Heber might be able to understand it here. Oh, good run from Wilbur as well. We'll make that dive into turn number one. P2 for Wilbur.
That was a big move into turn one. That's the first time we've seen a move into turn one, and that's exactly how you execute that there. That is Levi Wilbur showing racecraft there and a bit of ingenuity. You can't make it work somewhere else. Just make it work where you can. And if that's an unconventional spot, then well, let it be. Let's go for the lead though down the inside here. Great move, covers off Heber in the response. And let's see if it can stick here. Going outside, holds through 2 for 1. And that is going to be Braden Heber into the grass on turn 8. And he spins through. He drops off the touch of the top two. Braden Heber from first to third in one corner.
Heber had to go full opposite lock to keep that 978 from spinning around. But with 5 minutes on the clock, and with how much these two could be battling, it is not over yet. But you look at Levi Wilbur in the 6. What on earth was he hiding? Because that came to life exactly with 5.5 minutes to go. He was waiting, and he was tired of sitting around. He decided to make it stick on both of them one by one for the lead. Heber just getting a little bit over ambitious there, trying to swing back. I think there was maybe a smidge of contact there from Van Dyke to Heber. And again, Braden had to go full opposite lock to keep it pointed the right direction, scrubbed off a ton of speed. 2 seconds the gap between. See if he's able to bring it back in with 4.5 minutes to go. So the battle for the lead then. Wilbur and Van Dyke have their class wins lined up respectively. I don't know if both Wilbur or Van Dyke know that directly, but you got the feeling that Levi Wilbur doesn't want the understudy to make a move on the older guy. You got the feeling that the big kid doesn't want the senior to snatch this win away from him.
It's a battle of the classes here. This is genuinely a game of who is better, the up-and-coming young talent or the master who is wise. This is what they talk about in Star Wars when they talk about the Padawan versus the Master. That is what we're seeing play out right here, going into the final 3 minutes, 45 seconds. But this is the thing. Watch out for Braden Heber, because Braden Heber didn't lose third place, by the way. Braden Heber's not that far off of this battle. Braden Heber is still in camera shot, which tells me Braden Heber's not that far off this battle. So if these two start battling, that allows Braden Heber to close up. Here we go, out of Daytona, right to the rear bumper. Backs off a little bit early. Now that is wise racecraft here. And here we go. Trying to make the move around the outside. Dane Van Dyke is doing everything right to set this up and really thinking about the moves, playing it smart. Levi Wilbur is doing everything right to defend, but there's going to be a chip in one of their plans. Whether it's the attack or the defense plan, it's to be determined. 3 minutes left to go. only one of these two can win. 3 minutes plus 2 laps will decide it out. And it could be neither of them. I do want to make sure that is clear. Braden Heber could close back in on these top two. If they start battling, 2 seconds is not impossible, because right now we go side by side. They start compromising each other's lines. All Braden Heber needs to do is just lock that line in and keep moving. That's a pass for position. Put Dane Van Dyke and the KA Senior up ahead of the Master.
Wilbur, I think, just went a little bit too wide, and in trying to correct that line, scrubbed off all that speed on the Rhino liner. That made it room service for Van Dyke in the 79 to mosey on through. Snatched that lead away from the Master driver a little bit further behind, and that was a costly move for both of them. 1.5 seconds now the gap. Tries to claw his way back into the picture. So Dane Van Dyke, that OTK getting to the point for the first time tonight. What is the response going to be here from Levi Wilbur? Can Heber continue to close that gap?
It's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, and it's a third entirely to defend. And when you're under the lights, all of the rules somehow seem to evaporate, and it is just another world of racing that occurs here. Gaps closing between second and third, gaps opening between first and second. The accordion effect is in full swing here in Whiteland, Indiana. 90 seconds plus 2 laps to decide this race. Dane Van Dyke not even looking over the shoulder here that I see, and just keeping the head down. Levi Wilbur not even looking over the shoulder, head down. Braden Heber, head down. The main point is here, they all are just trying to push as much as possible into these final 60 seconds. It should be about 4 laps to go, crossing the line now. A lap is about 42 seconds here, 43, and there's 60 seconds left to go. So call it 4 laps to go this time by. We'll see how lap traffic plays in, because what do we have? We have a wild Danny Cutshaw that's going to play some lap traffic in such a bad place. Look at that, into Daytona, swerving left, swerving right. Van Dyke getting held up now. That gives a run to Wilbur. Wilbur, can he take advantage of it? Let's just popcorn it in, all three together. All of a sudden, the top 3 are back together with 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. This battle is on.
Worst case scenario there for Van Dyke, as you mentioned there, Brad. And this will immediately bring Wilbur and Heber back into the picture. 3 laps to go for your KA Senior and Master Final, round number 3 of the Indy Karting Challenge. Wilbur looking for an opportunity. He made this move stick earlier on. We still haven't seen a move for the KAs in turn number 5. Could this be the race where that changes? It was a move into turn 1 from Wilbur. You knew that that 6 was dialed in because it did not seem costly at all. Made that move for P2 and was right on the bumper of Heber in front of him. Speaking of Heber, he would very much like that second position back into the final corner. Thought about a lunge into turn number 9, backed out of it, and that scrubbed off a lot of speed for him trying to go offline and then immediately correct. Twin sticks coming out here for KA Senior.
This is about to get insane as if it hadn't already. Now, the gloves are off. The game is over. This is the case of who's going to win and who can it be. Braden Heber recovering now to get back onto the back of the top 3. Will it be a 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place, or maybe none of the above? We'll find out here how it can defend. Will it be a Master winning the Master Senior Final, or will it be a Senior winning the Master Senior Final? Let's see how it plays out here. The 2 laps to go. 40 seconds goes by quick. When you're going through the final corner, white flag is out. Let's see where the gap lands this time by. White flag out, 1 lap to go, and it's a fastest lap of the race for Dane Van Dyke. Exactly what needed to be done, and Dane Van Dyke needs to keep that momentum up. Braden Heber is right on the back of Levi Wilbur. It needs to be a quick move here down the inside for 2nd, if it can be found. In Van Dyke, there is traffic up ahead. Needs to get lucky and not catch that traffic. Look over the shoulder there, out of Daytona. This is going to be the charge down through. You see the traffic through. You're doing the mental calculations. Heber's doing the calculations. Trying to get past Wilbur. Is going to try to swing it inside. Isn't close enough for an inside through 8. Dane Van Dyke, through it all, is going to come out of the final corner, sees the checkered flags, and is going to win the Master Senior Final, putting KA Senior on top. Levi Wilbur will defend from Braden Heber. Wins by 2.99. 0.299, call it 0.3 of a second. The gap second to third. Braden Heber was leading for the longest time, gets up on the curb at 8, spins out, recovers right to the rear end of Levi Wilbur. If this race was 2 minutes longer, who knows where that battle would have went.
Still good stuff there. Levi Wilbur able to put the Masters on the podium overall. And Braden Heber, a great recovery drive to end up in the picture as well. Step aside for just a moment. Last of the cadets coming up with IAME Mini and Micro.
All right, and we get ready for Mini and Micro Swift to roll, but let's change the story really quick to the big topic of the night here. And, well, I don't know if you could see it in that camera shot there. Jackson, is that rain we're seeing?
Looks to be the case, Brad. I don't know if it's enough to really shake things up here on track. But finally, the skies have opened up, it seems, just a little bit for us. And you can see some of the droplets kind of bead there on our camera in turn number 8. So definitely something to look out for. I'm not sure if it's going to continue or how much that will affect the driving. It'll definitely slick the track up just a little bit, but I don't think to any point where we're going to be taking a look at moving over to tires just yet. Regardless, going to look to make things a little bit interesting. Kason Hendrickson on pole position will be alongside the 67 and James Fox, and Zenvich rounding out your field of 3.
In this field of 3, they're going to compete hard, I will tell you that. This is going to be a very, very strong fight for them all the way up and down. So, buckle it in, get ready for it. We'll see how this one ends up. Coming down the backstretch, heading towards the tram lines. You can see James Fox there to the outside and Kason Hendrickson in the green and red cart to the inside. Interesting to see some of the tinted visors still out and about too, as green flag waves and we're racing, and it's going to have to be defense early on. Great defense early on, and Fox actually drops down to 3rd place in that race start.
Good start there though from Kason Hendrickson, as Zenvich going to move through to P2. Awesome to see the lights there on the right-hand side of the drivers. I think that's the GoPro screens. Oh no, it's actually the Microns. Oh my goodness, yeah, really cool to see actually. This is how I learned that Microns are backlit. But I mean, checks out if you're night racing, but very cool to see that. Again, things that you don't learn until you're racing in the night. Kason Hendrickson gonna be the first to the stripe. And Zenvich up into P2 will get that promotion again. Zen didn't look the strongest during qualifying, but was battling pretty much throughout the heat there with the fellow top cart of James Fox. Now looks to actually defend that from James. Can either of these guys, though, pass or close that gap to Kason Hendrickson?
We'll see how it plays out, because Jason Hendrickson looking very strong so far in this micro mini run. Very, very quick, but You can see Fox and Veach getting side by side here, having some great battles going through, and this is going to be a moment down into 5. Big slide there from Fox in the back, trying to get the go. And turn 5, it's such a tricky corner because it's the dip downhill and through. It can catch drivers off guard pretty quick, especially these younger categories who may not necessarily be prepared for such a hard dip down and run. It can catch them off guard, and I think that's exactly what we just saw there.
No, for sure, but Veach also showing us with the Rhino liner that there is still plenty of grip on the outside, although I reckon with that on track, it's not probably not the best place to be on the racing surface right now. Purple lap for Kaysen Hendrickson, 43.317, 45.317, excuse me. That'll put him about 3/10 up from James Fox and Zen Veach. James does go quickest there, personal quickest, 45.610, but still needs to find a lot right now to find this and to find the back of this number 2 out in front. You can see right now, Kaysen still driving it just the way he has all night long. Son at the wheel, just a quick flick in to initiate the rotation. Usually, that's something we would advise against, especially in the bigger karts or in more traditional forms of motorsport. But when you're at a track that's so rubbered in, so gripped in, you're on a chassis that's really resistant by the laws of Sir Isaac Newton to rotating. You got to find ways to initiate. For Hendrickson, it's how he's found that 8/10 gap now to Fox.
That 8/10 gap to Fox, how long does that stay though? We still have 9 minutes plus 2 laps for that to maintain and for it to ebb and flow and accordion and really see how it plays out. I know we said rain earlier. There was a light dropping of rain. That a majority of it is to the north and east of this circuit, more towards the Sugar Creek area. If you are here local, there is some light rain in downtown Indianapolis. A majority of the more moderate rain is over at the airport. So that is really where we're seeing more of the significant rainfall. So if you were wondering about, well, are there storms? Is there anything crazy? No, the most we're going to get at this point is probably going to be some light precipitation. Now, with it being nighttime, it's hard to say what that may change, what that may do. But as of right now, it doesn't look like we're going to get the all-out torrential thunderstorm like it looked like we were going to get earlier in the day and like we were concerned about earlier in the day. It seems like with nighttime, everything has held literally just a couple miles to the north of this circuit, of which, I don't know, maybe you like it, maybe you're upset about it. It could have brought some great racing. It could have just killed the whole night. It's kind of 50-50.
Yeah, I think it certainly makes things interesting, and if it continues, then you get to that kind of crossover point of, do I continue to suffer on the slicks, or do I take a gamble and see if the grooved rain tires are the right weapon of choice? But we'll have to wait and see. I think it might already have quit. We'll have to check in here with the static cams after this heat. It's not looking too reflective on the track itself. You can see a couple of droplets still coming down. It's definitely looking a little misty around the lights. We gotta stop looking at that though, because Fox has really turned the wick up here. Even with a purple lap from Kaysen Hendrickson, 45.992. Gap now with James Fox, 0.174. That top cart right on the bumper of Kaysen Hendrickson.
Right to the back, but it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. But the 6-7 car of Fox does have some good pace. Here we go, down to the inside on Hendrickson. He's going to send it through. Hendrickson with a great rotation, I got to say, through turn 7. Now is going to hold side by side and is going to come back around here, back through to the inside to go for the pass, and is going to try to make it stick, slides out there. The grip is not there like it was when the sun was up, and that causes the pass. James Fox up to the lead here at Micro Mini with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Wow.
Took a couple corners to get it done, and you can't count Kaysen Hendrickson out right now because he's immediately putting the pressure back on James. Oh, thought he was maybe going to set up a late lunge there into turn number 5. He might do the deed back on him exactly where he lost that corner. We'll see. Coming out of Daytona, as we're just now at the halfway home point for the Micro and Mini Final. What's the move from Hendrickson? Nothing quite yet. And I thought he was going to hang it around the outside to try and make it stick, but he just fully sent it right here. One corner ago to try and make it stick. Fox able to cross him back up. That's how he's held the lead. With no pressure from Kaysen just yet. He'll hold it for 2 laps in a row.
Good to hold it for 2 laps in a row. How long can it be held? Can it be held for 5.5 minutes? Because this is going to be one of those moments where you've got to wait and see how it goes. Hendrickson now closing into the back and is going to continue to bring that in. We're going to accordion again. We talk about it. We stretch till we close, till we stretch till we close. And that is what's happening right now. Things are closing in. But at some point, you got to pull the accordion out and get some fresh air to squeeze it together to make a good tune. And I think we're seeing that stretch out. But where's the squeeze for the tune? When does that come along? Down the front stretch we go. What's the gap at the line? Last time through, it was 0.3 of a second. It's definitely bigger this time. It's 0.5 of a second.
I'm not sure if Kaysen was just getting a little over-ambitious there on the swing back. But regardless, he's got to find a little bit more right now to try and close that gap to Kaysen. Back, you got Zenvich still in that 114, hoping and praying that these two continue to battle just a little bit further in front. That'll bring him back into the fight at least a little bit. He's got a 5.4 second deficit. He's got to try and recover. Look at this line from Fox right now. So open on exit, letting the motor really stretch its legs coming out of turn number 6, out of turn number 9. I think this gap might near double here. James Fox, Kaysen Hendrickson, half a second last time by. Lap number 10 at 0.698 between them. Kaysen continuing to build that gap over Hendrickson.
Building the gap is very, very important. We'll see how it plays for them. Hendrickson, I think, had the lead early, but I think ultimately the big question on this is going to be closing that gap and maintaining that pace. That is a hard thing to do sometimes in these younger categories, is carry the 12 minutes all the way along and keep that pace alive. It's very, very challenging at times, and sometimes for drivers, if they just breathe a little bit earlier in these younger categories, they can carry a bit more pace late. But even then, you still have Kaysen Hendrickson putting in lap times that are very strong, but unfortunately, James Fox has just managed to find some late race charge here and has opened the gap up.
Three minutes to go. Micro mini final. It's round number 3 of the Indy Karting Challenge here at K1 Circuit in Whiteland, Indiana. And it is indeed James Fox in that 67 Top Kart continuing to build that gap over Kaysen Hendrickson. Yeah, not necessarily something we expected. Yeah, James looked really strong in the 206 stuff earlier today. But you reckon he kind of started on the back foot here. The mini and micro Swift stuff, just not able to really match in qualifying on pace. Didn't really have anything in the first heat, but now with the cooler track temperatures, the sun fully down, maybe with a little bit of moisture on track as well, advantage seems to have gone the way of that Top Kart out in front. The kid in the Fernando Alonso replica helmet has put a 2.8 second gap on Kaysen Hendrickson.
That 2.3 second gap is a great momentum builder, and I think at this point James Fox is probably going to hit that case where I know we talked about this earlier, but I'm going to bring it up again. Do you back out a little bit of this? And the answer for James Fox is going to be no, you keep pushing. And why is it? Well, because if you try to back out, you're going to throw off your own rhythm, and that can sometimes put you in more harm's way than anything else would. And so for James Fox, we're going to keep seeing quick times. Is running within a tenth of their best time. 44.802 was the best. 44.936 was the last. And you know, for Kaysen Hendrickson, the time is coming back down, but Kaysen still on the best lap is still a tenth slower than James Fox. So ultimately, this is a case of pace shaking itself out. Now that pace has to maintain through, and with 60 seconds plus 2 laps to go as they cross the line, call it 4 laps to go here as we land. This is just a case where we're seeing James Fox show some great late race pace. Now, is it a setup decision that really helped this out? Is it just feeling good under the lights? Did they take a nap between the pre-final and the final? Because remember, your micro minis ran their pre-final at 6:30 p.m. here Eastern time, so it's been a few hours. I wouldn't be surprised. Get some dinner, take a nap, and probably be feeling pretty good.
We already pulled out the box of Wheaties joke. I don't think we can use that twice in a night. Case in point, Fox looking really good here under the lights. As Top Kart USA looking to get win number 2 of the night. James Fox looking to sweep in the cadet classes. Something that was not necessarily looking to be the case tonight. Both of these guys regularly running both the club rounds here at NCMP and K1 Whiteland. Then limited running as well, most exclusively out here. He's done a little bit of NCMP stuff as well for Route 66. But it is all about James Fox out in front.
James Fox will be coming up to the 2 to go signal this time by and has had a great go so far. James Fox, a very, very strong driver. We talked about it with 206 Cadet. 206 Cadet, I hope that's what I said, and was running second place in 206 Cadet behind Jax McNeely. Here in the minis, it's Leet Simonelik who leads and James Fox holding second place. Of course, Leet Simonelik not here today. So for James Fox, this should swing the points. It's a 4-point difference between Leet and James Fox. This will definitely swing things in James Fox and Kason Hendrickson's favor here, especially considering Leet Simonelik was DQ'd in round 2 in the heat. This has been a great, great race for James Fox coming through. White flag will be 1 lap to go. A driver with tons of experience, as we talked about earlier, and is just adding another feather to the cap here tonight.
Good couple of months here for James Fox. Handful of podiums. Making his regional debut out at NCMP for round number 1 of the Apex Championship Series. Again, the full-time guy who's done a handful of club stuff around Indiana. Looking to add 1 more to the win column, making his national debut as well. Stars King of the Castle. Top of that, a handful of CKNA starts. But already has a pair of wins, both at Apex and the Sunset Sprints. And for the 3rd time since the start of May, it'll be 1 in the win column. Checkered flag is out. James Fox gonna win in micro and mini. Not too long after, it'll be Kason Hendrickson a little bit further back. Zenvich rounding out your podium. Good flip of the script there. Kason Hendrickson looked to be the one to beat. And then James Fox carried over that energy from the Briggs, got it onto the 2-stroke stuff, and sweeps in the cadets. Ready to go here with 206 Senior. You'll meet the grid when we come back here in just a couple moments from K1 Circuit.
Hey, fire him up, guys!
All right, and here we go. 206 Seniors lined up and ready to go, and let's talk about how they're going to go. Levi Wilbur will be to your inside with Colton Kelly to the outside, your top 2. Zachary Allen with Blake Deester, 3rd and 4th. Braden Heber and Andrew Goldman, Fisher Graham, Gavin Haltom, Colton King, and Chad King. 10 206 Seniors here set up. And, well, here's my question. All the racing today has been absolutely amazing top to bottom so far. 206 Senior tends to be a class where we see some absolutely wild moments. Your points leader right now is Braden Heber, 35 points over Colton Kelly, with Levi Wilbur in 3rd. So you've got in the top 5, your top 4 in points. How is this going to shake up? How do you see this one playing out here, Mr. Jackson Lambros? I have to ask.
Gotta like Colton Kelly on the outside. He's been really, really strong, especially at the tail end of last year. Obviously, a very strong start for him for the first half. It's so hard for me to look at one single driver and be like, he's going to be the favorite, because you look at how everyone has ran so far this season. They've all had a shining moment, and it's got this feeling of, who is the track going to pick tonight? I don't know. You look at the top 5 here, Brad, you get the feeling that anyone could walk away as a round 3 winner.
Anyone can do that. I fully agree. Look at the hands up. Look at the communication already going on. Not words said, but everything understood. Green flag's out. We're racing down into the corner. Side by side, we hold it up front. We see a little bit of cheekiness. Somebody trying to cut that corner extra tight. Side by side, a little bit on the curb, and it's going to be a shuffle for the lead. There's contact. There's one card off here. Going into turn 9. We're 3 wide into turn 9. Still 3 wide. They get it back into single file, but goodness gracious me, what a start in 206 Senior.
That's Deester, who got contact and did a little bit of lawn work. Will drop back to, I believe, P7 as a result. So the top car driver in contention for a podium earlier on has to gather it back up, and that boulder is going to roll back to the bottom of the hill. Otherwise, we stay completely clean and green. Levi Wilbur out in front. Colton Kelly, Zach Allen, Braden Heber. Your quartet of drivers getting us started here. A little bit further back, Andrew Goldman, Fisher Graham leading them all. But you get the feeling that at this point in the race, how badly do these guys want to shuffle out in front? You already have a little bit of a breakaway. If you're Colton Kelly, you want to thin that herd out as much as possible. You don't want anyone else, chomping at the bit. How much pressure are you going to put on Levi Wilbur out in front at this point? In a couple laps, are you going to wait right now? Zach Allen with the purple lap. Look to maybe make that move on Colton Kelly for P2. He backs out of it.
Backing out of it there, you got to wonder if that's the best decision right now, or if you should push the move through. Again, remember, it's 12 minutes plus 2 laps of racing, 10.5 minutes left to go. You don't win it this early, but you can certainly lose it. Little dip of the wheel there for Wilbur, and that's going to mix things up. Kelly coming through, Allen, Heber, all in the mix. These top 4 just absolutely shuffling it through. Change for the lead coming into turn 7. We might have a change for second place into turn 7. 2-for-1 special. The answer is no. We're going to deny it. Turn off the blue light.
Oh, I thought Zach Allen was going to hang it low there for the final turn and maybe go down low to take P2. Not able to make it happen regardless. That'll be Colton Kelly up in the lead. New fastest lap. AJ Lund back in the mix further back from P7. Can he make that comeback drive the same way he did last time for the heat? He's already up 6 positions. Our star driver, who was underweight by just, I believe, barely a pound, is already halfway to the sharp end of this field. Really good cushion right now, though, for Colton Kelly. Levi Wilbur leading Zach Allen and Braden Heber. We work our way into turn 7. Heber had to gather it back up. Now we'll hang it down low, try and make that move for P3. We'll immediately slot back in. Oh, Zach Allen going to try and make it work around the outside. This is expensive stuff. Again, that took a big chunk out of the Delta, and very quickly now you got Goldman, Graham, London, Deester working back into the mix. This could very quickly become a 7 or 8 car furball for the win.
Here's the thing that I'm kind of seeing right now watching this, and I'm going to ask a very weird question at this point, and then I'm going to make my point. Are we trying to pass in the wrong area of the circuit? Are they trying to go for moves in an area of the circuit where it makes sense that you want to, but maybe it's not the best for pace, maybe it's not the best for keeping momentum, maybe it's an area where, yes, you should go for the pass, but you shouldn't go for the pass because you accordion effect too much. Does that make sense? I think we saw a pass into turn 1 where no gap was lost, but every time we see a pass on the second half of the track, it's really, really producing some moments.
It does, and I think what we always talk about, especially in the sim racing side, Brad, is to not make expensive moves, right? If you're going to make a pass on track, make sure it's taking as little away from your lap delta as humanly possible. And unfortunately, the best place on track, as we watch this move from Braden Heber, this is actually going to be a great example. Let's see if he's able to make it stick. Yeah, he's He'll patch it in for P3 here, excuse me, P2. But that's one of the moves, right? He's able to make quick work of Wilbur there for P2, get back in line quickly. That's uncostly. The longer you're off the optimum racing line, the longer you're side by side, that's where you're really taking a big chunk out of your lap times. And either, you know, watching that guy out in front go further and further away, or letting the guys further back slowly work their way into the mix. And unfortunately, that back end of the racetrack, Brad, that final sector, switchback safety, right? You can make that move on the inside of turn number 7, but immediately that script flips and the guy you just passed, the opportunity to immediately swing back and try and make a move to snatch that position right back from you. So what that means is it's everyone constantly swinging at one another, throwing haymaker and make a position happen, and that hurts everybody's delta as a result. So I think, oh man, I think that was actually a little bit of a Braden Heber going offline there. Yeah,
look at him there.
See him jumping out of the seat. I'm talking too much, Brad, but I think that part of the racetrack, yeah, it can get really expensive, but you saw it there from Heber just a couple laps ago. If it's quick, if you're able to get back in line, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, Heber there bouncing in the seat, and that's a unique thing that you see here in the 206 category. I don't feel like I see it nearly as much in the KA package, but I know in the 206 it's a very common occurrence to see drivers sort of bounce up in the seat. And the reason they do that is they're trying to wind up the momentum here and allow some speed to get back in the kart. It's a quick way to sort of, it's almost like a bump start a little bit. Look at this though, talk about a bump start. Some good battles going on here. Out of 7, down into 8, outside to inside to outside to inside, trying to go for those switchbacks like you talked about, Jackson. Not able to do so, but nevertheless, we have great battles developing here. I got bad news for you, Jackson. It's only half race distance, so don't hold your breath. We still have half a race to go here, plus 2 laps after that here in 206 Senior. Right now, Kelly has a 1.4 second lead over Heber, and I don't think Heber's going to get any help to close that gap.
Just behind there, you see it, AJ Lund in the mix at the very tail end of this pack. But, I mean, these guys continue to throw haymakers at each other. That's room service for Colton Kelly now, 1.4 the gap. These guys have no intentions, it looks like, of working with one another to go bumper to bumper to try and push one another to the leader out in front. So for Braden Heber, I don't think he's going to have any friends. It might just be single lap right now as everyone else trying to duke it out for that bottom step of the podium. Wilbur just barely, oh, big trouble! AJ Lund getting Jack Allen getting collected as a result. The first big incident we've seen here into turn 1, Brad.
First big incident really that we've had in any race here today going through that's taken AJ Lund out, a driver who was trying to do for the second time today a last to first challenge, did so in the pre-final, and then unfortunately less than a pound underweight, DQ'd at the scale line, and then was trying to go back for last to first again, not able to do so, getting into contact there and drops down the order significantly. Meanwhile, you've got shuffles for positions still happening up and along here. So as we watch this battle continue, this is just where things are going crazy here. 4.5 minutes left to go here in the 206 Senior category under the lights. And I tell you what, something about racing under the lights that makes these drivers just absolutely go crazy and go for it.
That's Blake Deeser making the move on Levi Wilbur for that bottom spot of the podium. AJ Lund able to keep going and is, I believe, P5 on track as it stands, but unfortunately for that whiteout new gen machine, Zach Allen, the 31, his night will end in that Tech Pro barrier on the outside of turn number 1. Heartbreak was battling for his second podium of this season. But 3.5 minutes to go. It looks to be Blake Deeser, Braden Heber, and Colton Kelly as it stands. Your podium. You look up a little bit further back right now. Now it's the duel for 4th and 5th as AJ Lund has gathered it back up. He's all over that fellow top kart of Levi Wilbur.
Right on the back here coming through, Levi Wilbur just trying to hold the into position. You see some good communication going on there as well. Oh, contact over the teammates, sending things through. That is not what you wanted to see. It looked like they were trying to execute a clean switcheroo, and then the contact, the hand goes up. Not going to be happy. That's got to be catastrophic damage to that kart, because that was significant contact.
I'm not sure if it was a post, a brake marker, or what, but something in the grass there got knocked off of where it was supposed to be. But yeah, just a little bit over ambitious, I think there, maybe Jay Lund, as Levi Wilbur drops down to P5. But again, you got to remember AJ Lund still the quickest man on track right now. Best lap 46.753. That puts him a 10th over the guy in front of him. And one of the three only karts on track right now to be comfortably running in the 46s. Look a little bit further out in front right now. Here is Colton Kelly. A gap between himself and Braden Heber, slowly but surely chipping down right now. Braden Heber, that was about 1.5 seconds ago, so it is working down. But for Braden Heber, you just see him come into view there, that highlighter yellow helmet, blue suit, and blue go-kart. It might be too little too late at this point, Brad.
I don't know. I'm doing the mental math on it. I'm doing the mental flex here, trying to decide what it is and what it isn't. And I'll tell you what it is. It's good racing. What it isn't is over yet. Minute 45 plus 2 laps. There's still plenty of time for anything to happen. There could be a small mistake from Colton Kelly. There could be a great gain from Braden Heber. Let's see where the times line up this lap through for these top two. Through for the top two. That's the words I'm trying to say. Crossing the line, gap reset, and it will be 9/10 of a second. It's coming down a little bit. They got about 5 more laps of racing to go and continue along. That will make the difference here. By the way, AJ Lund up into 4th place. Last lap through, fastest lap of anyone with a 46.621. To give you context, that is still 4/10 quicker than Braden Heber. That is a massive, massive pace advantage. It's over a second and a half almost over Levi Wilbur in pace. So AJ Lund still has pace in that kart, but it's 4.8 seconds off of the lead. Definitely not enough time for AJ Lund to close up, but you got to respect the challenge there.
Here we go. It's looking good, I would say, for Braden Heber in that number 8. As, yeah, looking at that now, 0.405, and talking to Xander Clements about what is like effectively a draft window for being within slipstream range. About 8/10 is where you just start to feel the effects. So at this point, Heber is more than comfortable in this effect. We've been talking about forecasts all night long. The rain has come and gone. But the forecast at this point in the night, arrow tuck there for Kelly. We are forecasting an all-out duel for the win here in 206 Junior. Early look from Heber, not going to try and lunge it into turn number 8. How's it looking into turn number 9? Doesn't want to be too expensive here. Easter 4 seconds back. It's going to take a monumental drive from him and AJ Lund to get into the picture. But as it stands, we have got an absolute dogfight on our hands in 206 Junior. Twin sticks are out.
Twin sticks are out. It is 2 laps to go. Heber has closed it all the way up, and this is going to be 80, 90 seconds of hard-fought racing all the way up and down. It should be 90 seconds approximately, if not less. Here we go, out of Daytona, that highlighter yellow kart, green, blue. I need to clarify with Braden what color his kart is one day, but today's not the day, as Colton Kelly holds the lead here. Braden Heber sitting in 2nd is right there. Ramps a little bit of curb out of 8. Now going into 9, has really been aggressive on that turn 8 turn, trying to find time. Will be coming through. White flag, 1 lap to go for 206 Senior Final. This is where it all gets fought out. And Jackson, I tell you what, I almost want to put money on Braden Heber.
It's the one that matters. On paper, it feels like he's the one who's had the pace. You know, 2/10 quicker pretty much the last handful of laps. But you said it time and time again, Brad. Catching up is one thing, making a move is one thing entirely else. Here we go, out of Daytona into Switchback City for the last time. Heber middle of the track trying to defend. It'll work to a point. Look at this, Kelly trying to go and defend, not working. Heber with the crossover, trying to go all the way down to the grass in turn number 8. This will give the inside to Kelly coming out of the final corner. No move for a crossover, maybe not. They're gonna drag race to the line. side by side to the line. Who has more ponies in 206? Senior Heber at the line, gonna take victory in round 3.
A tenth of a second at the end of the line. Braden Heber saves it to the end. Absolutely amazing run there to come down to the wire like that after 12 minutes plus 2 laps of hard-fought racing. 206 Senior showing some absolute runs, and give a big shout out to AJ Lund with a recovery up to P3. Blake Deester in 4th, Levi Wilbur 5th, Fisher Graham, Andrew Goldman, Zachary Allen, Colton King, Chad King. Wow.
Oh man, what a finish for 206 Senior Final. Lights out at 11 p.m. local. We're gonna try and run through them here, but it's gonna be right at the buzzer. Yeah, here 206 Supermasters on deck here at Indy.
All right, and let's get this penultimate final started here. 206 Supermasters getting on the roll here. William McLaughlin, Tom Stevens, Joseph Stevens, and Mark Sirk. 4 Supermasters through. Wesley Bullock not taking to the starting grid in the pre-final. So let's see how this plays out for them here. William McLaughlin had tons of pace here, but it was Tom Stevens and Joseph Stevens that had the elbows out for a majority of the pre-final.
Yeah, McLaughlin looking really strong here as the Top Kart USA showrunner out of Brownsville, looking to make it another win and build on that Supermasters Championship lead. Definitely a little bit more lopsided in terms of pace than what we saw for the 206 Masters earlier as it looked like at this point, it's really been the two Stevens going at it, both Tom and Joseph. Mark Cirk trying to get in the picture as well. So Stevens is going to come out on top, but crucially, can anyone try and close that gap to William McLaughlin? The two big questions we're trying to ask here for this fight.
They're going to be answered momentarily, and I'll tell you right now, I don't have the answers, but I can tell you an answer. It's going to be a good race, and let's buckle it in here for these four karts as they get ready to go. Stevens versus Stevens game. It's going to be strong, of course, and then William McLaughlin in the Supermasters is just going to have a great time. Coming up to the line here, great flag is out, and we're racing into turn one, side by side. Great moves already. We have some shuffling around. We're 3 wide already out of turn one.
I think that's Cirque looking to the outside, maybe trying to swing it wide here into turn number 8. Will not be able to get there. Which of the Stevens coming out on top. There was a little bit of reshuffling there as we fired off from the punch-off cone into turn number 7. I'll tell you one thing that's for certain. William McLaughlin going to be the first one to get to the line. And it is indeed Tom Stevens over Joseph Stevens. 8 over the 50. Mark Cirque really did try making that work. The white and red helmet couldn't make it stick just quite. So the battle between the Stevens is underway, but crucially, William McLaughlin out in front already with a healthy gap.
And let's see how long that gap stays for William McLaughlin. Now, this is a category of driver where they will budget the pace a lot more than we see in our younger categories. We talk about with those younger categories, you know, when you have a big lead, do you modulate the pace a little bit and breathe a little? And we always say the answer in all of those categories is no, because it can mess you up. Supermasters, they typically have so much race experience that the answer actually comes down to yes, they can modulate the pace and maintain a healthy, reasonable gap that's not going to hurt them to slow down to. They can race to a delta, which is something that a lot of other classes, a lot of other drivers can't do. But typically in Supermasters, that is a common practice that you're going to see, is you get a driver up front, they're going to pull an X second gap and then race to a delta. They may still be faster than karts around them, but they're racing to a delta nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thought that was going to be a late look from Stevens. Didn't have the overlap, and I think he didn't want to totally send it there and go for the side pod. But good battle unfolding here for the bottom 2 steps of the podium. Just under 10 minutes on the clock. Continue on here into the first sector. These guys, regulars, almost exclusively running here at IKC and at K1 Circuit. Whiteland. I'd like to remind you also, plenty of racing on deck here at Kart Chaser. Round number 2 of the Apex Midwest Championship. That'll be coming up in a handful of weekends. Next weekend, obviously, the SCUSA Pro Tour in round number 2 at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Let's actually our second night race immediately, June 13th, next Saturday. Be there as well. I'll be obviously back at K1 Circuit, California, out in Winchester for round number 6 after the road trip we had to Spring Mountain Motorsports Park, Spring Mountain Kartplex, in what is already the home stretch in the run for the first Champions of the Future titles. And obviously in a couple weeks' time as well, U.S. Pro Karting Series round number 2, 27th and 28th. Crucially though, last day of the RMC Americas Trophy taking place tomorrow, also at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Congratulations to Aiden Ingrata, Edge Motorsports driver, hard-working, fast-driving Canadian, finally punching that ticket to Portimao in Portugal for his first entry in the Rotax Grand Finals. Still a handful of tickets to give away for the remainder of the classes. I know DD2 and both Micro and Junior Max still up for grabs. Not going to want to miss that tomorrow. Caleb Viesca, Henry Badette, I believe Xander Clements with Cameron Reed on the call for that tomorrow. So should be a good show. Should be live at about even 9 a.m. local time for warm-ups and for qualifying. 8.5 minutes to go here for our 206 Supermaster Final, and we continue to look back at William McLaughlin, the owner and CEO of Top Kart USA. There's no better way to promote your product then by showcasing it on track and with an 8-second gap on track to the remainder of this field, Brad. He's doing a pretty good job of doing it right now.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. And honestly, I mean, you said it best. No better way to showcase your product and then just stick it up on the front of the grid and run away with it. Hand up. No! That is one of the Stevens out. That is, oh my goodness gracious. That is going to be Tom Stevens out. Some sort of mechanical issue. Looking back at the engine here, it looks like trying to get things going. Hand is up. Kart is slow rolling. Tom and Joseph, it's been such a good battle for second place here for them, and now all of a sudden Tom Stevens, it looks like, will be out of this race. We'll see, does Tom pull into the pits, or is the Kart going to be able to continue? I think the answer is going to be no to that here. Here's McLaughlin coming through, has already pulled half a lap up on Joseph Stevens, and yes, Joseph Stevens into the pit lane. Tom Stevens, my apologies, Joseph. Tom Stevens out of this race here. McLaughlin, Joseph Stevens out on track, and it looks like Mark Cecil is out as well. So we have 2 karts running in Supermasters that I see.
Yeah, I think Mark Cirk pulling it to the side early as well, so that'll leave Joseph Stevens and William McLaughlin isolated out on track for the time being, and we are just now getting to the halfway point here for 206 Supermaster Final. Again, William McLaughlin out in front doing a phenomenal job. Out on his lonesome, out on track, has been pretty much the one to beat all night long. Was a little bit more contested, obviously. Not even double duty. I think triple duty for him tonight was doing not only doing the 206 Masters earlier on, but doing the Masters and Senior KA100 multi-class as well. Looking more than strong here. Joseph Stevens, we just check in with a little bit further back here in the 50. He's looking incredibly strong as well. Again, the runner has lost his Coyote, it would seem, as the 50 going to be out on track. Lock in P2. Last lap by 48.928 for William McLaughlin. 9.405 for Joseph Stevens. Not sure if it's going to be, not sure if it's in Joseph here to close this gap down to William McLaughlin, but we'll have to wait and see.
Quick weather update for those of you curious. There is still that little bit of weather over the airport that has started to expand and is moving towards the track. However, I will tell you right now, it doesn't look like it's going to get to the track before we finish this racing up. So what does that mean? Well, it means no rain to worry about here. Maybe while you're packing up here at the end of the night, that's going to be a bad time for you. But as of right now, I don't see any rain appearing to get ready to hit the circuit at any point. So I think we're pretty well going to get away with one here tonight, which I think is very, very enjoyable for everyone here, because I didn't want rain to rain on my parade. Rain, rain, go away, come back no other day, or however that saying goes. But it does mean that, well, while you're trying to pack up tonight, if you're here on circuit, you might get a little bit of rain here, a little bit of rain there. Shouldn't be too horrible for you, though, here in Whiteland, as we see 4 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. McLaughlin and Stevens here, gap 11.6. This is essentially a hot lap session for them at this point, as they are just looking to put in times here and run to a consistency. They're running identical lap times. Last time through, Joseph Stevens actually faster than William McLaughlin, which is pretty impressive, I gotta be honest with you. It seems like Joseph Stevens finding some good pace here with nobody around and just able to focus on the lines on the run. And sometimes that's enjoyable as it is to be wheel to wheel and elbows out and ready to punch your family member who shares the last name that you're racing with for second place, because you just, that's sometimes what family members do. Sometimes it really is good, if you're in the situation of Joseph Stevens, to just settle in and hot lap and get to really find some pace here. Last time across the line, 48.996 for William McLaughlin, 49.932 for Joseph Stevens. So there's about a second pace difference between them, but Joseph Stevens is still running very similar to the best times that Joseph Stevens has put down. So there's not pace necessarily being lost. It's consistent and within a margin. and they're just trying to get to the end of this race now.
Yeah, for sure. As we just get past the 3-minute warning here. Those of you joining us here, watching on Kart Chaser, who don't know about the legend that is K1 Circuit, Whiteland, formerly known as Whiteland Raceway Park. We're looking at America's oldest continuously operating go-kart track, first built in 1958 by Don Holt, William Lutz, one of the very first purpose-built tracks for go-karting, following up what was very creatively named Go-Kart Raceway Park here in Azusa, California, literally like 30 minutes of where I am here in SoCal. But features obviously the smaller oval connected to the road course. I think you're getting into the 80s for different track combinations, but very much a track that's been, aside from some repaves, a layout that's been by and large unchanged. But a handful of nationally sanctioned kart races earned the master track designation from WKA. After a series of owner changes, a lot of years of neglect, track was very close to a point of being to a state of disrepair. Dangerously close to bulldozers tearing it down in 2018, but former IndyCar driver, current IndyCar, or former IndyCar driver and team owner, current car driver for the IndyCar Series, Sarah Fisher, alongside her husband, Andy O'Gara, purchased the track, saved it from destruction, along with a handful of business partners, Wink and Libba Hartman. Sarah and Danny O'Gara put millions into keeping this track alive, getting it back to an operating state, and you know, you rewind the clock here to just under 10 years ago, it was a far cry, and it was a complete rebuilding of the pro shop, a lot of the places for kart storage. That's what led to K1 Speed originating their desire to come and buy the track and put it in good hands for the foreseeable future, following up the completely brand new and very young K1 Circuit in Winchester, California, elected to buy this track as well to own and manage Whiteland. And for, I believe, now 2.5 years, it has been home Indiana Karting. And talking to Dave Royce here just a couple weeks ago, future is looking bright. Added in the lights just a couple weeks ago to allow night rentals, and obviously to have these phenomenal Sunset Series and light, but crucially on top of that, looking to add the opportunity for potential expansions, whether it's the off-track stuff or maybe some new configurations, really stretch this out to make it the new home, Indiana Karting. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by. Willie McLaughlin, 50.269 that last time by. Joseph Stevens is actually slowly but surely closing that gap, but at this point it's certainly too little too late.
It is a very much too little too late gap there for Stevens to close on McLaughlin, unless the absolute catastrophic diabolical thing were to happen, which I am not speaking or wishing for in existence here. 2 laps to go next time McLaughlin crosses the line here to go across the line and finish up this 206 Supermaster Final, penultimate final here of the evening of our first night series. As you mentioned earlier, Jackson, it is our next night round coming up next week, and it'll be a different track format and a different class format. 2 to go here to finish up this penultimate round here. Popsicle sticks going up as they let these carts finish things out. Joseph Stevens, gap as it sits at the moment, 9.2 seconds. What in the world?
I'm not sure if McLaughlin, I mean, it's hard when you're in the lead for this long and there's so little people on track, you don't have that reference, but I'm sure all that William McLaughlin is really doing at this point is just hitting the points he's been used to. But yeah, Joseph Stevens late in this run, something has come to life, and I'm not sure if it's the more worn out tires, maybe a rotation there through the Rhino liner or what. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find 4.5 seconds per lap here. White flag coming out, William McLaughlin for Top Kart USA. Just needs 1 more lap to get victory here in 206 Supermaster.
Oh, the pace came back that lap. That was William McLaughlin showing some racecraft and purposely slowing down in order to avoid the bonus lap that we've seen so many times this weekend, or this evening. That was William McLaughlin just purposely burning 7 seconds off the clock there with not a care in the world there, just getting that going to the end here. So again, that shows the awareness that McLaughlin has in the front to know where time is sitting and know that there needs to be a little bit of time burnt off the clock to get down to a 2 to go signal. It's been such a great run here in 206 Supermasters for McLaughlin, being able to carry out such a lead here. Joseph Stevens has closed the gap there, and for a second, I thought the impossible would be possible, but William McLaughlin will pull the win here in 206 Supermasters with a great finish here on the weekend. Joseph Stevens in second will come across the line. Unfortunately for Tom Stevens, it was a mechanical failure early on in the race. And for Mark Cirk, it was unfortunately a even earlier mechanical failure early on in this race. That puts all down to this class standing by. 206 Junior, your final of the evening coming up next. Final class rolling. 206 Junior Final rolling out. Let's talk about this class, because this is if there's going to be fireworks to end up a night, it's going to be this class that brings them. Jiju Sivakumar, Tyler Nash Turner, your front row. Nolan Wade, Maximus Seward, your second row. Maxon Klebe, Lance Gerald, Eli Marsh, Blake Bachma, Owen Boca, Henry Tyler. Rounding things out, 206 Junior. I got to tell you, if there's ever going to be some sins into turn one, it's going to be this class. It's going to be this class that sends it into turn one. It's going to be this class where we see things go absolutely crazy. And it's 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I tell you what, I feel like I'm at a rock concert right now because I am pumped for this final.
You've got a very hungry driver on pole position right now, Jiju Sivakumar. Robbed by his new gen teammate in the last couple of laps. Jordan Lepine able to take victory in KA100 Junior. But you look as well, Tyler Nash Turner has other plans. It has been a roller coaster night for that man on the outside of row number one in the top cart. He's trying to walk away with a victory as well. Max Seward, Nolan Wade looking to get in the action. Blake Bakima, Henry Tyler looking to work all the way back. It is anyone's to win here in 206 Junior.
Coming into the tram lines, look at all of the tire scrub going on heading towards the tram. They are trying to get things heated up. They get the call out of get into the tram lines. Green flag is out. We're racing for the final here. 206 Junior. It's side by side already down into the first corner, and they're going 3 wide near the back of the pack, but up front it's swerving around one way to the other. Nash Turner, Sivakumar battling it out for the lead.
Sivakumar went down to the paint at turn number 8 to try and cover any dives. It worked. Nash Turner not able to make that swing to take the lead away early, but look at this early split there, as it is indeed Jiju Sivakumar first to the line, Nash Turner behind, then it's Max Seward leading Nolan Wade, Maxon Klebe, and Lance Gerald as we work our way through Sector 1 for the first time. What's the play going to be here for Tyler Nash Turner? Feed the bumper to Sivakumar, continue to try and build that gap over to Maximus Seward, or maybe take that lead. It's a good exit for Max Seward and company. This is very quickly evolved into a new quartet of cards. Maybe going at it for the lead all the way back to Nolan Wade just behind there, that 99 new gen machine. What's the strat going to be here from Tyler Nash Turner? No takers as we work our way into the 180s, into Switchback City for the first time. A little bit open on exit there from Tyler Nash Turner, trying to carry that speed, maybe set up a dive. Not able to get there just yet. Back onto the main straightaway. One cart around further back, Henry Tyler in the 51. made contact. He's going to have to gather it back up. I believe that might have been actually no Owen Boca in the 63. The red go-kart might have locked wheels, I think, with Henry Tyler. They'll fall back to 9th and 10th overall.
Falling back down the order here, and the top 7 all within a very close distance of each other. They are not separated out that far at all, so anyone in this top 7 still has a chance to come in here. Siva Kumar, Nash Turner, nose to tail, bit of bump drafting down the back straight, heading into turn number 7, but able to keep it along and keep it nice and tidy. They have one goal right now. If they are really connecting in sync between the helmets, get away from Seward, pull a gap as fast as you possibly can. That way you can be in a better position to battle. If you can do that, great dive into turn 1 there. Some positions being shuffled up between Stewart and Wade. Behind there, Max and Cleve in the mix as well. And those top 2, they're trying to pull away. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place coming through behind. And even Marsh, Eli Marsh, not that off of touch of this train of karts. 9.5 minutes left to go. 206 Junior putting on a show here. Top 2 trying to pull a second gap if they can over 3rd place back. 3rd place back. They're in a weird mix between working with each other and fighting with each other, and I don't know which one they want to do more.
Yep, but it's exactly what Tyler Nash Turner and Jiju Siva Kumar want right now. The combination of having that cushion already, it's looking like wanting to make that move on Nolan Wade into turn number 1, backs out of it. There's some mindful defense going on further back there from P4 that'll knock them offline and hurt their delta as well. Again, you remember Tyler Nash Turner laid out during Paul's kart not working in KA Junior. What a difference a change of go-karts and a change of seer as he is in the fight for the lead here. Siva Kumar quickest last time by 8.691, about half a tenth up from Tyler Nash Turner. Just a hair over a second right now, separating himself from Max Seward. Top Kart and the new gen out in front, looking to work together at least for the time being. But Brad, at what point are these guys going to throw that camaraderie out the window and go to war?
2 to go. That is what point I see these top 2 going at it. I don't think they're going to do anything for the next 8 minutes unless Siva Kumar makes an error and just swings the door open, steps to the side and says, no, sir, after you first, please, into the lead. That is the only way I see these top 2 shuffling positions. Right now, it is faster for them to work together. There's the door opening, though. It was a bad run through Daytona for Siva Kumar. Nash Turner wanted to make a move to the inside. Siva Kumar defends. Let's close up Stewart now into the mix. That's going to let 4th, 5th, 6th come in. Top 3 all of a sudden closed in by nothing. 4th and 5th coming through. And all of a sudden, that talk, I think I'm going to take everything I said in the last 30 seconds back. Right now, Nash Turner is probably thinking about a move sooner rather than later.
Whole new ball game here in Max Seward. Lap down by 47.9 at 74. Gets himself to the back of Tyler Nash Turner. But again, and he lay back and watch these two battle out in front. Last to do, make a gutsy move for P2. Throw it and then look back out in front and see Jiju Siva Kumar a whole postal code away as a result of him battling. So I think for him, unfortunately, the only strat is just lie back and wait, hope Tyler gets a move on. And of course, the minute he goes out, goes offline for a lunge coming out of Daytona, he'll be able to maybe push through and help stir the pot just a little bit. For number 9 here, locked bumper to bumper. I think Nash Turner just had a glance over the shoulder, said, "Hey, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here." So trying to give a little bit of a push there to Jiju Siva Kumar, and you're seeing the same right now. Nolan Wade, Max and Cleve trying to get into the picture as well. Here's Maximus Seward looking to the inside of Tyler Nash Turner. Will be forced to go the long way around. This is a really costly move, and he does back out of it. He knows that was costly.
Wanted to go for it, had a bit of a run, had a little bit of overlap, but just couldn't finish the move off. And that did hurt, but Nash Turner able to use that slipstream out of Daytona down the backstretch to very quickly close that gap back to Siva Kumar and has a better run through the second half of the circuit than Siva Kumar does. And you see that especially down the front stretch towards turn 1. I think if you're Tyler Nash Turner, your thought needs to be a move into turn 1. However, that is such a conventional ideal moment. And Stewart has a run here. Maximus Stewart now looking to make a move outside to inside. Has momentum into turn one. Better than Nash Turner. Better than Siva Kumar. And that accordion effect is really starting to show itself of who's faster, when, where, how. But I've said it, and I've said it, and I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. It's one thing to catch. It's another to pass. Let's see who gets it.
Yeah, Brad, looks like Max Seward trying to make another move there out of turn two, but had to back out of it. But these guys continue to go at it for that number 2 spot. Seward tired of waiting around. I think he believes he's got some pace beneath that 49 to maybe get to Siva Kumar, but he has not been able to make any of those moves stick. And the penalty on track has been dragging Noel Wade, who goes purple this last time by, as well as Max and Klebe. Drags those two into the mix, and now going to make it a 5-kart battle through 1 and 2. Once again, they are all over the rear bumper now of Jiju Siva Kumar. Here we go, out of Daytona to make the move first. Here comes a move from Tyler Nash Turner, trying to go to the inside and try and make that move stick for the lead. Not enough overlap. Don't think he's going to be able to get there. Now Max Seward going to try and go down low into turn number 8. Will fully get the overlap, but it's not over yet. Still potentially a crossover, as Nash Turner going to try and swing it wide out of turn number 9. Gets the kart to the inside, not enough momentum. Nolan Wade going to give him a little bit of a push as he'll slot back in. Max Seward up into P2.
What a great move from Max Seward to get up into second place. But here's the thing, Jiju Siva Kumar has been such a solid rock up in the front, and nobody has been able to get past yet, even when the attempts have been made. You see the signal there from Max and Klebe and Nolan Wade. They both want to go forward. The teammates there, they think they're the ones who can get past Siva Kumar. Here we go, dive down the inside for second. Go side by side, mind the gap, wheel-to-wheel contact. That's a big wiggle through, and that is called trying to just force the move through. And there we go. Now look at them looking at each other. That's going to allow an opening up a long, big, wide run there from Seward and Nash Turner going through. That lets Wade, that lets Klebe through. That was argy-bargy.
It's just what the doctor ordered. Jiju Siva Kumar looking over the thrilled to see half fireworks going on behind the 808. Tyler Nash Turner fangs out, driving to get himself into P. And a little bit of wheel to wheel. You saw that hop from the 99 to try and make that move stick. That has checked everybody up 0.08 tenths. The gap from P1 to P2 as a result. But as we work out of Daytona, what's the strat going to be? Is Nolan Wade going to try and swing back? No, we'll back out of it for the time being. And now once again, we get that forced group project. Everybody going bumper to bumper to try and close that gap to Siva Kumar.
Turn up the lights in here extra bright, because I want you all to see how good this racing is. Siva Kumar holding the front right now. Nash Turner holding second place. Wade, Klebe, Seward, your top 5 as they sit. And let's roll in P6 here, Gerald, into this gap. You've got 6 karts right here in a run who are ready to go. You could even call it 7 if you want to bring Buckman into this. You'd never know how 206 Junior is going to end. 2 minutes, 15 seconds plus 2 laps as they go through the backstretch. Nash Turner closing that gap significantly, going down the inside into turn 8, trying to force Siva Kumar wide. Siva Kumar isn't going to give up the bus. Nash Turner will have to swing it outside of 9. That's not the way to do it. Side by side, drag race down the line. 2 by 2, they're going to go. Under 2 minutes to go. Nash Turner, for the first time in this 206 Junior final, is going to get the lead over Jiju Siva Kumar. And Jiju Siva Kumar, after holding that lead for 10 minutes, is going to drop into second place.
And Brad, they're going at it like they thought the white flag was out, but Nash Turner mashing his helmet against the steering wheel, trying to get to the lead, puts that top kart in the 842 out onto the top of the scoring pylon. Nolan Wade now trying to swing to Kumar. Down low into turn number 7, Nash Turner trying to make it stick on the highlight. Opportunity to parry 8. What's it going to look like? Siva Kumar being forced to back out of it, now trying another dive in for 9, not able to get there. This is very quickly brought it all the way back to Lance Jarrett Bukema into the mix. And now Siva Kumar under fire. Nolan Wade thinking about it to dive into turn number 1. Really late launch there from Makes and Klebe, going to try and do a crossover into 1 and 2. Not there. It is a absolute doghouse here for the lead, but crucially, Nash Turner still leading them all.
This racing has been electric. This has been amazing. This is one of those moments that I don't know how this ends. Nash Turner, helmet down, going as fast as possible. Siva Kumar to the inside. Wade wants to follow up. Nash Turner is going to hold the line there. Siva Kumar giving enough racing room there, but going wide. A little bit of contact, I think, between the two karts. Nash Turner able to get back in the front. Siva Kumar tries to force a front bumper back in underneath into turn 9. Isn't able to get through. That allows Nash Turner a bit of breathing room. Look at that. Cleve and Stewart behind. They are going to go side by side for 4th place, trying to shuffle things up. Back single file we go. 3 laps of action to go. Little bit of wiggle out of turn 2. That is going to shuffle things up in the mid-pack there. Top 4 are going to be together up front. Nash Turner, Siva Kumar, Wade, Stewart, your top 4. They come around through Daytona, and it is 3 laps to go. 2 to go when they cross the line. And when you see the popsicle sticks come out, what do you do at that point? Nash Turner, helmet tucked, looks over the shoulder. I don't know what to say, and that is the 906 of Gerald out of this race.
Saw another driver smashing his helmet again. I think that was Mason Klebe, who was frustrated as well. Again, was trying to do some crossovers, but not able to make it work. Just here a lap ago, Jeju Siva Kumar had to use the left foot to back out of Connor Nash Turner. That backed up the entire field pretty much back to Blake Bakema. As we look a little bit further back, move being attempted there as Seward trying to go down low on Klebe. Just has the nose ahead, and Klebe gonna back out to allow it to happen. But here we go, 2 laps to go, and for Jeju Siva Kumar, the time is now to try and make that move stick. If you're not making it now, it is a eat or be eaten world. Siva Kumar looking to the inside of turn number 7. Nash Turner trying to hang it to the outside will go all the way down to the paint to try and make it the inside. Still side by side as we head into the final corner. Tyler Nash Turner around the outside will still somehow find a way to make it stick. Glebe and Wade 2 abreast further back. Monster exit. Jeju Siva Kumar looking all the way to the inside. It's the white flag. It's the one that matters for 206 Junior. Nash Turner all the way to the inside, still to the lead. Nolan Wade trying to join the picture in that white helmet as well. Max Seward in the picture. It is anyone's game as we work our way through the hairpin into Daytona for the final time.
Coming through to Daytona, Siva Kumar already tucking in, looking for the run here. On the back of Nash Turner, you saw the flagger stand to the side. Look at this, down the inside. Nash Turner defends. Siva Kumar outside, gonna try to transition it back to the inside. Nash Turner, beautiful defense into turn 7. Siva Kumar looking for a move where it can be found. It'll have to be a turn 9 dive out of 8 into 9, sends it to the inside, side by side with Nash Turner. It's a drag race to the line again, and bring in Wade. Wade's going 3 karts to the line, and who is it in the end? It is gonna be Nash Turner to the top, then Stewart in 2nd, Siva Kumar to 3rd, Nolan Wade 4th place. Where did Maximus Stewart come from?
Late run on that final lap right there in Sector 1. Had a phenomenal run, made that move stick on Nolan Wade, and just had the jets all the way on, and a monster run. It was that late lunge from Siva Kumar that opened the door up, allowed Seward to swing it wide, launch out of that final corner, and end up in P2. But Tyler Nash Turner making that move on Siva Kumar, and could not be denied. Your 206 winner to wrap up a night of constant action here in Indy.
Wow. Nothing better to say than wow. What a way to end the weekend. What a way to end this Saturday night. And good news is there's still racing coming tomorrow here on Kart Chasers. So if you didn't get your fill from an 11 p.m. absolute drag race to the finish, good news is you can get more racing tomorrow. So be sure to join in for that. Jackson, any final thoughts before we send this one off into the midnight moon?
Always a treat to have night racing here at IKC. And you get the feeling that hopefully, again, the only reason why we were a little bit short-staffed, other commitments for a lot of other drivers, whether it's RMC, Route 66, etc. A lot of guys get to be laser-focused next weekend on IKC under the lights for round number 4.
You only got to wait 7 days to be back here at IKC. A big shout out to Ian Bowley behind the scenes, pushing the buttons, doing the things. Big shout out to our entire camera crew and all the track staff and the drivers that are here that make what we do possible. On behalf of everyone here at Kart Chaser, my name is Brad. We've taken you start to finish. I'll see you in 7 days where we'll take you start to finish yet again. Good night.